You wake up with grit in your teeth and the taste of old stone in your mouth, like you licked the inside of a clay jar and the jar fought back. Above you, sunlight is a skinny, mean little rectangle, and you can hear your own brothers eating lunch. Not crying, not panicking, chewing, while they casually decide whether you're dying today or getting sold like a dented cooking pot. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the favorite son who wouldn't shut up, Joseph, the walking family group chat disaster. We're going to feel the heat of Canaan, the itchy wool, the sheep stink that lives in your hair, and the way jealousy sits in a tent like smoke. We're going to stand in a household where love is not a vibe, it's a competition, and you can hear the scoreboard update every time your father looks at you. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Congratulations, you've just woken up in ancient Canaan, around 1700 BCE, at the bottom of a dry well that was never meant to be a room. The good news, you're not dead. The bad news, you're close enough to hear your brothers smack their lips, like this is a picnic and not a felony. The well smells like sun-baked mud and old rain that never fully left. There's a sour note too, like something small crawled in here and made a terrible decision weeks ago. Your palms scrape the wall when you try to stand, and the stone is rough enough to take a layer of you as payment. Dust clings to your sweat instantly. It's like the desert saw you wake up and said, "Welcome back, idiot." You tilt your head and listen. You catch little pieces. Someone laughing, someone arguing with their mouth full, someone tearing bread like it's a casual hobby. There's the clink of a cup, the soft thud of a melon hitting the ground, the normal soundtrack of lunch. And then your name drops into the conversation like a rock. You look down at yourself because of course you do, and your clothes are already a problem. They're too nice for this. They're too nice for everything out here, honestly. Because you're Joseph. You're that kid. You're the one with the special coat. Not the practical, I can chase a goat outfit. This is the kind of clothing that announces you from a distance like a parade banner. It's heavy, for one thing. People imagine a cute little garment, but no. This thing has weight. Thick fabric, dyed threads, extra length that catches on everything, and sleeves that basically say, "I do not lift." It drapes over you like privilege, and it holds heat like a wool blanket left in the sun. It also holds smells. That's the fun. Bonus. Even if you try to keep it clean, you're living in a world where clean means not actively damp. Smoke from the cooking fire lives in the fibers. Sheep, lanolin rubs off on you just from walking past the flock. Somebody spilled sour milk at least once. And there's always that faint, unavoidable human scent of a family that shares air, water, and patience in limited quantities. And this is your normal, not the well, the household. You live in a moving camp of tents that creak in the wind and flap like tired sails. The ground is dust, pebbles, thorns, and the occasional mystery wet spot that makes you stop and think about your life choices. Everywhere you step, something crunches. Sometimes it's just grit. Sometimes it's not. The mornings begin before the sun is fully up, because the animals don't care about your schedule. Sheep bleat like they're being personally wronged by existence. Goats scream for no reason, which is their whole personality. Someone is always yelling a name across the camp, and it's never the name of someone who wants to be found. Breakfast is simple and relentless. Bread. More bread. A little sour milk that's doing its best. Maybe some dates if someone's feeling generous or guilty. And guilt is a currency here, because this family is not one mother, one father, a couple kids, and a peaceful vibe. This is a household with 4 mothers and 12 sons, all crammed into one emotional pressure cooker. You can feel the competition in the air. It's like a storm is always forming, right over the tent where your father sits. Jacob, your dad, has that look. The look of a man who has seen too much and learned absolutely nothing about being subtle. He can't help himself. He loves you out loud. He gives you the coat out loud. He talks to you differently out loud. He asks for your opinion like it matters out loud. And every time he does it, you can practically hear your brother's teeth grind. Your brothers are the kind of men who know how to do hard things. They can walk all day in heat that makes your skin feel shrink-wrapped. They can wrestle animals, lift water skins, build fires in wind, and sleep on the ground like it's a mattress. Their hands are cracked and scarred, nails rimmed with dirt that never fully leaves. They smell like sweat, wool, and the outdoors. Not the cute outdoors. The real outdoors. The one with flies that aim for your eyes like they're on a mission. And you're walking around in your deluxe coat like a sponsored influencer. You try to act normal because you're not stupid. You fetch things. You help where you can. You make yourself useful. But the coat keeps talking even when you don't. And then you do talk. Because you have dreams. Not the regular kind where you're naked in the marketplace and you wake up in a panic. Yours are big, shiny, dramatic dreams. The kind that feel like you got handed a crown in your sleep. You're young enough to think honesty is always a good idea. You're young enough to believe your brothers will find this interesting. You're young enough to say it at breakfast. So you sit there in the gritty morning light, chewing bread that's a little too hard, and you tell them anyway. You describe it with enthusiasm. You cannot help yourself. You watch your brothers' faces tighten. You see the pause in their hands. You see the way someone grips his bread a little too hard, like the bread personally insulted him. Nobody says, "Wow, Joseph, amazing." Nobody claps. Someone laughs. But it's the laugh you hear when a man is deciding what kind of violence is socially acceptable. Another brother stares at you like he's counting how many steps it would take to accidentally shove you into something. A third just keeps chewing, slow and angry, eyes down, jaw working like he's grinding stones. Your father, of course, looks proud and worried at the same time. He's got that expression like, "My son is destined for greatness," mixed with, "My other sons might actually murder him." And you feel it. You feel the heat of their resentment, like you're standing too close to the cooking fire. It's not loud yet. It's not an argument. It's just there, sitting in the camp with you, sharing the shade, waiting. Because out here, you don't have doors to slam. You don't have separate bedrooms to cool off in. You don't have space to be mad privately. You have tents. You have chores. You have long walks behind animals that refuse to cooperate. You have the same faces every day under a sun that never offers sympathy. And today, just today, you're back in that well, staring up at a slice of sky, listening to lunch happen above your head. Your brothers' voices drift down with crumbs and sand, and your stomach twists, empty and furious. A fly lands on your cheek like it pays rent. You don't even bother swatting it at first, because you're still trying to understand how you got here. How a father's love became a target on your back. How a fancy coat turned into a handle someone could grab. How a dream you couldn't stop sharing became the kind of story that ends with stone walls and footsteps overhead. And up above, someone wipes their hands, like the meal is finished. The decision is coming. voices above you shift, scrape, settle. Someone's sandal grinds grit like they're casually seasoning the ground. A laugh pops up, too light for what's happening. You hear the soft rip of bread and the wet little click of a mouth that doesn't respect silence. Your fingers curl around the stone wall. Your nails catch in a crack full of old dirt and something waxy that might be ancient moss, or might be worse. You wait for the sentence. You wait for the part where they decide what to do with you like you're a broken tool. But before we get to the pit, you need to understand the house. And friend, this house was a disaster. It starts every morning the same way, with noises you can't ignore. Sheep bleating like they're auditioning for tragedy, goats screaming like they just remembered existence, and a baby somewhere making that thin, relentless cry that drills straight through your skull. The air inside the tents is always stale. Smoke from last night's fire clings to the woven fabric, and the whole place smells like ash, sweat, and sour milk that's giving up on being food. You sit up on a sleeping mat that's basically a decorative suggestion of comfort. It's stuffed with straw, grit, and the occasional surprise pokey thing that makes you question every decision that led you here. Somewhere nearby, someone coughs with the confidence of a man who has never met a doctor. And you roll over and immediately feel it. The coat. Not a cute little "or Dad loves him" garment. This thing is a full-body announcement. Thick cloth, extra length, extra sleeves, extra dye. It hangs on you like a banner that says, "Special boy coming through." It's heavier than you want it to be. You pull it on and feel the weight settle across your shoulders like a hand that won't let go. The fabric is stiff in places from old smoke and sweat. It's soft in others because it gets handled, touched, admired. That's part of the point. You step outside and the morning air is cool for about 10 minutes. Then the sun climbs and your coat turns into a portable oven. You try to move like a normal person, but the sleeves get in the way of everything. You reach for a water skin and the cuff dips straight into a puddle by the tent pole. Not a clean puddle. This is camp puddle. A complicated cocktail of spilled milk, muddy footprints, and mystery liquid you do not want to investigate. You yank your arm back fast, like the puddle tried to grab you. Too late. The hem already brushed the ground. Your brothers notice. Of course they notice. They're already up, already moving, already smelling like work. They've got that sun-baked look, skin darkened by exposure, hands cracked, shoulders thick from lifting and dragging and hauling animals that do not want to be hauled. Their clothes are plain, practical, short enough not to drag through manure. Your coat, on the other hand, is the ancient equivalent of wearing a white suit to a job site and acting confused when people stare. One brother gives you a look that could curdle milk. Another snorts like he's trying to keep from saying something that would end with a fist. You swallow. You pretend you don't see it, but you do see it because it's impossible not to. This family doesn't have quiet corners. It doesn't have privacy. There are no doors. There are no separate lives. Everyone's feelings are out on the ground with the tent pegs, and the feelings in this camp are loud. Jacob, your father, moves through the morning like a man with a crown he didn't ask for but will absolutely wear. He's older now, limping a little, eyes sharp. His voice carries. His opinions carry. His favoritism carries the most. He looks at you, and his face softens in a way it doesn't for the others. It's immediate, automatic, like a reflex he never bothered to control. He says, "Your name, just your name." Not a shout, not a bark. More like a warm hand on the back of your neck. Your brothers hear it. Their heads tilt a fraction. A few of them go still. And Jacob does it anyway. He asks you how you slept. He asks if you've eaten. He asks if you're feeling well. Meanwhile, your brothers are out here chewing the same hard bread, drinking the same questionable water, and swallowing the same resentment like it's part of breakfast. You watch it happen like you're watching a fire grow, small at first, contained, but hungry. Because Jacob doesn't just love you privately, he loves you publicly. He gives you tasks that aren't the worst tasks. He pulls you close when he talks. He lets you hover near him while decisions get made. It's like being invited into the adults-only group chat while everyone else stands outside the tent pretending they don't care. Your brothers don't pretend well. One of them, Reuben, tries to act like a responsible oldest son. He's got that tired look, like he's always cleaning up messes nobody thanks him for. Judah has eyes that are always calculating. Simeon and Levi move like they're just waiting for the world to give them an excuse. Dan and Naphtali are sharp and quick. Gad and Asher have that restless energy, like they'd rather be anywhere else. Issachar and Zebulun work without complaint mostly. Their silence feels like a choice, a survival tactic. And then there's Benjamin, little enough that he still gets to be a kid sometimes. He clings to you and to Jacob and doesn't understand the way the older brother's smiles never reach their eyes. You're not blind. You know you're the favorite. You just don't know what to do with it. You try to be helpful. You really do. You carry messages. You bring water. You check on things Jacob asks you to check on because Jacob asks, and your whole life is built around that. But the second you open your mouth, it's like the camp leans in, because you also have this other problem. You are, in the gentlest possible phrasing, a young man with absolutely no sense of danger. A brother comes back late from watching the flocks. He smells like sweat and wool and that sharp animal stink that never washes out. His eyes are red with fatigue. He sits down, reaches for bread, and starts chewing like it's a personal battle. You glance at him. You glance at Jacob. You connect a dot. You say, lightly, "They've been not great with the flock." You don't mean it like an attack. You mean it like information, like a helpful report. Your brother's jaw stops moving. Across the camp, another brother turns his head slowly, like a predator that heard a twig snap. His eyes land on you. Stay there. Jacob's eyebrows lift. He listens. And that's it. That's all it takes. Because now you're not just the favorite. You're the favorite who tattles. You become a walking notification sound. A living dad, guess what? You can feel the temperature drop around you when you speak. Not literally, Canaan stays hot, but socially. It's the kind of cold that makes your skin prickle anyway. The day rolls forward with chores. Dust gets everywhere. It coats your lips. It crunches between your teeth. It sticks to sweat so fast you can feel yourself turning into a human piece of pottery. Your coat becomes a magnet for everything. Wool fluff from the sheep, ash from the fire, little burrs that cling like they've made it their life's work. You try to pick them off, but there are always more. Always. A brother passes you with a load on his shoulder, wood maybe, or a skin of water. He's bent under it, muscles tight, breathing through his nose. Your sleeve brushes him. He flinches like you touched a bruise. He doesn't look at you. He just mutters something under his breath and keeps walking. You don't catch the words. You catch the tone. It sits in your stomach like a stone. Later, you watch your brothers prepare to head out with the flocks. They tighten straps, check ropes, grab staffs. Their gear is worn, frayed, patched in a dozen places. They look like men going to work. You look like someone's son playing dress-up. You stand there in your long sleeves and try to offer to help. One brother glances at your coat, and it's like you suggested carrying water in a sieve. "No," he says flat. "Stay." It's not even an argument. It's a dismissal. They leave in a cloud of dust and animal noise. The camp gets quieter, but not peaceful, because now you're left with the women, the children, the older ones. You're left near Jacob, and Jacob keeps you near him. He calls you over while he counts something. Animals, supplies, days, worries. He squints at the horizon and talks like a man trying to control the future through sheer stubbornness. You listen, you nod. You absorb the sound of his voice like it's safety, and when he drapes that hand on your shoulder, you feel the coat bunch under his palm, thick and unmistakable. You also feel every pair of eyes that sees it. By midday, the sun is rude. It's not shining. It's pressing down. The camp smells stronger as it heats up. Animal pens and cooking fires and human bodies packed together. You catch a whiff of something fermenting in a clay jar. Someone's trying to make something drinkable out of whatever they have. It smells like a bad decision in progress. You walk past the cooking area and get hit with the scent of boiled lentils. Not unpleasant exactly, just relentless. Your stomach growls anyway. You sit with your family to eat, because where else would you sit? There's nowhere to escape. Everyone gathers on the ground. Bread gets passed. Bowls get shared. Hands dip in, fingers grabbing, knuckles knocking. Someone's hand is always a little too dirty. Someone always licks something they shouldn't and keeps eating. You take your piece of bread and it's tough, dense, grainy. There are little bits in it that crunch wrong, like sand got ambitious. You chew. Your jaw aches. Across from you, a brother tears his bread with a sharp jerk, like he's taking it out on the loaf. He looks up and catches you watching. His eyes narrow. You look away fast, like you can pretend you weren't measuring the mood. Jacob clears his throat. He starts talking. He asks someone about the flocks. He asks someone about a route. He asks if anyone saw strangers on the road. His eyes keep sliding back to you though, returning like a compass needle. You feel it. Everyone feels it. It turns the meal into a silent competition, not for food, for attention, for a father's eyes, and you are winning without even trying. It's like being handed a prize you didn't enter for, and then being expected to wear it around your neck. Later, when the meal is over and people scatter back to tasks, Jacob calls you again. He motions you closer. His voice drops. "You're a good son," he says. You don't know what to do with that, so you just stand there, letting the words sink in. The air smells like dust and smoke and the faint sourness of animal milk. A fly circles your face like it's been assigned to you personally. Jacob's eyes shine with something private and painful. He's thinking about your mother, about Rachel, the love that never stopped hurting. You can feel it in the way he touches your coat, in the way he looks at you like you're a piece of her that survived. Your brothers can feel it too. They might not say it, but it's in their shoulders, in the tightness around their mouths. It makes them stand farther away. It makes their jokes sharper when they joke at all. It makes their silence heavier when they don't. And then your dreams start happening. At first, it's just one. You wake up with your heart pounding, like you ran in your sleep. The tent is dim, the air cool, the ground hard under you. Someone nearby snores like a broken bellows. You stare into the darkness and the dream plays again behind your eyes. Bundles of grain, sheaves in a field. Yours stands upright and steady, and the others, your brothers, tilt toward it. Bow down. It's so clear you can almost smell the straw, almost feel the rough stalks against your fingers. You lie there wide awake, buzzing with it. It doesn't feel like nonsense. It feels like a message shoved into your chest. By morning, you're still holding it. You try to keep it in. You really do. But the camp is alive, and breakfast is happening, and your brothers are all there in one place. They're chewing. They're talking with their mouths full. They're wiping their fingers on their clothes like that counts as cleanliness. Someone complains about the heat. Someone complains about a goat biting him. You sit down, and the coat pulls around your legs like it wants its own seat. Your brother across from you glances at it and rolls, his eyes so hard it's practically a prayer. You clear your throat. You say, "I had a dream." That's all it takes. The sound of chewing gets quieter, not silent, just more deliberate. A brother's hand pauses halfway to his mouth. You launch into it anyway, because the dream is burning a hole in you. "We were binding sheaves in the field," you say, animated, trying to make it sound casual. "And my sheaf stood up, and your sheaves gathered around and bowed down to it." You smile, like you just shared something fun. Like this is a cute little family moment. Like you didn't just walk into the middle of a long-standing emotional war and throw gasoline everywhere. One brother lets out a laugh that has no joy in it. It's a single, sharp sound. Another brother's fingers tighten around his bread until the crust cracks. "You're going to reign over us," someone says. It's not a question. It's a threat wearing question clothing. You open your mouth to explain because of course you do. And Jacob speaks first. "Enough," he says. Not quite harsh, but firm. His eyes flick to you. There's pride there, and worry. He tries to hide it like a man tucking a knife into his belt. Your brothers don't hide anything. They stare at you like you grew horns overnight. They look at Jacob like he's lost his mind. They look back at you like they're mentally rehearsing the sound your head would make against stone. And the day keeps going. That's the part that's almost impressive. Nobody storms off into a separate room. Nobody takes a long drive to cool down. They just keep living. They walk, they haul, they sweat. They eat again later because you can't stay mad on an empty stomach forever. But the anger doesn't go away. It just gets packed down like dirt on a path. A few days pass, maybe more. Time out here blurs. The sun rises, the animals complain, the camp moves, the same arguments repeat. Everything feels like it's on a loop. And you have another dream. This one is bigger, louder. You see the sky, the sun, the moon, and 11 stars. They bow down to you. It's so absurdly grand that even in the dream you feel a jolt of disbelief, like wow, okay, subtle. You wake up with your throat dry. The air is already warming. Your skin is sticky with sleep sweat. You lie there staring at the tent roof, heart thudding. This dream doesn't just feel personal. It feels cosmic. It feels like you were handed a megaphone, whether you asked for one or not. And you do the same thing you did last time. You take it to breakfast. You sit down with your family, and the smell of morning food hits you. Flatbread warming on a stone, a little bowl of something salty, milk that's trying very hard to be drinkable. You hear flies buzzing in that lazy way they do, like they've got nowhere else to be. You look around at your brothers. Their faces are already set, their expressions already carved into something hard. You could stop. You could choose silence. You could chew your bread and let the dream stay yours. You don't. You say, "Listen, I had another dream." A brother groans, out loud, no shame. You describe it anyway, eyes bright, voice quick. "The sun and the moon and 11 stars," you say. "They bowed down to me." This time, Jacob reacts. He snaps at you, right there in front of everyone. "What is this dream?" he says. "Am I and your mother and your brothers going to bow down to you?" His voice cracks on your mother, because Rachel isn't there. She's in the ground. The camp goes quiet in that specific way it does when everyone suddenly remembers grief exists. For a moment, your stomach drops. You want to rewind time. You want to swallow the dream back down. But then Jacob's face changes. He's still scolding you, but his eyes go unfocused, like he's looking past the tent walls and into something only he can see. He holds the thought close. You can tell. He's irritated. He's also storing it. Your brothers see that too. And whatever thin patience they had left, it snaps. From that day on, the air around you changes. They stop talking when you approach. They don't share jokes with you anymore, not even cruel ones. They talk around you like you're furniture, like you're a jar in the corner that might spill. If you enter a tent, conversation dies. If you sit down, someone stands up. It's not dramatic. It's worse than dramatic. It's constant. You start noticing the small things. A brother's eyes follow you when you cross the camp. Not casual, measuring. A brother bumps you harder than necessary when he passes and doesn't apologize. Someone accidentally drops a tool near your feet just to see if you flinch. You flinch. Your coat doesn't help. It never helps. It catches on thorn bushes when you walk past. It drags through dust. It sticks to sweat. Sometimes you try to fold the sleeves up to look more like you belong. The fabric is thick and stubborn. It doesn't fold neatly. It bunches and slides back down like it has its own opinions. You try to carry something heavy once, water maybe, or a sack of grain. The coat pulls at your shoulders and constricts your arms. The extra length wraps around your legs. You nearly trip. A brother sees you wobble and makes a sound that might be a laugh or might be disgust. You set the load down, embarrassed, and your face burns hotter than the sun. You can't win. If you don't help, you're soft. If you do help, you're ridiculous. If you speak, you're arrogant. If you stay quiet, you're suspicious. And still, Jacob keeps treating you like glass. He doesn't mean to. He's not waking up thinking, how can I make my sons hate each other today? But he looks at you and sees Rachel. He sees youth. He sees the boy he can still protect. So he keeps you close. He gives you errands that put you in his orbit, like a moon stuck in a father's gravity. He asks you to check on your brothers. That's the worst one, because it sounds innocent. It sounds responsible. But your brothers hear it as, Dad doesn't trust us, and he trusts you. So you go. You walk out to where the flocks are, where the air is even more aggressively animal. The smell hits you first. Lanolin, dung, hot dust, and that sharp, sour edge of sheep breath. The ground is uneven, littered with droppings that look exactly like every rock, until you step on one and learn humility. Your brothers spread out across the hillside, moving like they belong here, talking to each other in short bursts, whistling to the animals. You approach, coat fluttering. A couple of sheep stare at you with blank, judgmental faces. One of them chews slowly, like it's disgusted you exist. A brother sees you and his whole body tightens. What are you doing here? He calls. You lift your hands, trying to look harmless. Father wanted me to see if you were well. The words land like a slap. He spits to the side. It's dry, dusty. We're fine, he says. You look around anyway, because you were told to. You check the animals. You check the supplies. You listen. You notice things. Of course you notice things. Someone's been careless with water. Someone's let a lamb wander too far. Someone's been rough with a servant. It's not monstrous. It's human. But you go back and report what you saw because your father asked. And that's another brick. Another weight on the already overloaded shelf. You can feel it building even if you don't have words for it. Every look, every silence, every dream. It stacks, not in a neat line, in a messy pile that sways and creaks. Sometimes you catch a brother staring at you from across the campfire at night. The flames throw orange light onto his face, making his eyes look like dark holes. He's quiet, too quiet. You look away, suddenly aware of your own breathing. The nights out here are cold, even when the days are brutal. You pull the coat tighter around you when you sleep, because it is warm at least. Heavy, insulating. It smells like smoke and wool and you. It smells like being chosen. The irony is, you didn't choose any of this. You didn't ask to be born into a family where love is rationed like water. You didn't ask to be the son of the wife your father actually wanted. You didn't ask for dreams that won't shut up. But you're wearing the consequences anyway. Day after day, you watch the brothers move together without you. They've got their own rhythm, their own jokes, their own little alliances built from years of shared work. They're a unit. You're the extra, the mascot, the tattletale, the walking velvet rope between Jacob and everyone else. You start to notice how they talk about you when they think you're not listening. They use your name like it tastes bad. They call you dreamer, like it's an insult and a prophecy at the same time. They complain about the coat, but it's not really about the coat. The coat is just the visible part, the handle, the thing they can point at, the thing they want to rip off you to prove a point. One afternoon, you're near the tents when you hear a couple of them talking. Low voices, sharp edges. They stop when they see you. One of them smiles, slow and fake, like a merchant trying to sell you a cracked pot. You keep walking, pretending your spine isn't trying to crawl out of your body. You find Jacob, because you always find Jacob. He's sitting, sorting something, strings maybe, or counting animals with little stones. His hands move with the calm repetition of a man clinging to order. He looks up at you. His expression softens again. He asks you about your day. He asks you what you've seen. You tell him. Carefully, he nods. He listens. He sighs sometimes, like the weight of leadership is sitting on his chest. He reaches out and touches your arm, and you feel the fabric of the coat under his fingers. It tears, or... Brother passing by sees it and turns his head away too fast. His jaw flexes. You want to call after him. You want to say, I didn't ask for this. But you don't. Because what would that fix? Because you're still young enough to believe things can be talked out, that a conversation can repair years of resentment. You've never watched a fuse burn all the way down before. Not like this. The days keep stacking. The heat, the dust, the routines, the constant proximity. Sometimes you hear your brothers arguing with each other, real arguments, sharp and loud, and you realize they're not just angry at you. They're angry in general, angry at Jacob, angry at the past, angry at old wounds that never healed. Your presence is just the easiest place to aim it, and still you dream. After a while, you stop telling them, not because you're wise, but because you can feel the danger now. You keep the dreams to yourself. You swallow them down like bitter herbs. But it doesn't matter. They've already heard enough. They've already decided what kind of person you are. They've already pictured you standing above them, looking down, smiling in that infuriating way you smiled at breakfast. Even if you never say another word, the idea of you keeps talking. One morning, the brothers leave again with the flocks. This time they go far, farther than usual. You watch them pack up, tie things down, check their knives, adjust their staffs. They move with the easy confidence of men who know the land. They don't look at you when they leave. Not one of them says goodbye. The dust from their departure hangs in the air, drifting back over the camp like a veil. The day feels longer without them, but also lighter, like the camp can breathe for a second. Jacob paces though. He keeps looking toward the horizon. His mouth tightens. He mutters to himself, counting time. You sit nearby, trying to look busy, trying to look useful. The hours drag, the sun climbs, the heat thickens. Someone cooks, someone fetches water. Children chase each other and scream until a mother snaps at them. Jacob watches the horizon like he's trying to summon his sons by glare alone. By late afternoon, he stops pacing and turns to you. His eyes settle on you with that familiar softness, and you feel immediately the shape of what's about to happen. He calls you closer. The ground under your sandals is gritty and hot. You can feel the heat through the leather. He speaks, and his voice is calm, too calm. Your brothers are pasturing the flocks, he says. Come, I will send you to them. Your stomach drops. You keep your face neutral because you've learned that much. You nod like this is normal, like this won't end with your brothers' eyes narrowing and their hands tightening around whatever they're holding. Go, Jacob says, and he sounds like a father sending a son on an errand. Ordinary, practical, and you try to make it ordinary too. You say, here I am. You stand there in the late day heat, in the coat that shines like a target, and you feel the entire camp watching. A woman stirs a pot without looking up. A child pauses mid-run. Even the animals seem quieter, like they know something's off. Jacob tells you where they went. He gives you directions like directions out here actually mean anything. He tells you to see if they're well, to bring word back. You nod again. You adjust the coat on your shoulders because it's slipping, because it always slips, because it's never quite right for walking long distances. You start moving. The camp falls behind you, shrinking into a cluster of tents and smoke and noise. The land opens up wide and dry and unforgiving. Dust rises with every step, puffing around your ankles. It clings to sweat on your calves. The coat traps heat against your back. The long sleeves rub your wrists raw. You keep walking anyway, because you're Joseph, because you're the favorite, because your father asked. And somewhere out ahead, your brothers are waiting in the open land, with no tents between you and them, no mothers nearby, no eyes to soften the moment, just sun, dust, and the sound of your own footsteps getting closer. The sun is higher now, and it feels personal. It sits on the back of your neck like a hot, sweaty hand that won't let go. Your sandals scuff through dust that's been stepped on by every goat, sheep, and cranky man within 10 miles. The coat keeps catching the breeze and then immediately trapping it, like it enjoys being useless. You walk because Jacob told you to walk. You walk because the family rule is when father says go, you go, even if your stomach is already drafting its resignation letter. Out here, the land doesn't care about your feelings. Low scrub, dry grasses, stones that look stable until you step on them and they roll, just to remind you that gravity also has an attitude. A lizard darts across your path and pauses, head tilted, like it's judging your outfit. Fair. Your tongue feels thick in your mouth. You sip from your water skin and the water tastes like leather, sun, and whatever ancient flavor got embedded in it last week. You swallow anyway. The morning started with an errand. By lunch, everything had changed. But you don't know that yet. You just know you're alone, and the quiet is too quiet. No brothers talking, no staff tapping, no sheep bleating in your ear like a tiny woolly complaint department. Just wind and heat and your own footsteps, steady as a countdown. You crest a rise and squint. Nothing. Just more land. shimmering like it's trying to melt into the sky. You keep going because you said, "Here I am." And now you have to commit to the bit. After a while, you see movement far off. Not your brothers. A man walking with that slow, stubborn pace of someone who has accepted dust as a lifestyle. He's got a donkey behind him that looks like it's carrying the weight of the world and resents everyone for it. You angle toward them, relief and dread mixing in your gut. As you get closer, the man looks you up and down. His eyes land on your coat and linger, just long enough. His face doesn't change, but his soul definitely has a comment. "You're far from camp," he says. His voice is scratchy, like he gargles sand for fun. You clear your throat, trying to sound like a normal person and not a very fancy lost lamb. "I'm looking for my brothers," you say. "Do you know where they went?" The donkey snorts. It smells like warm animal breath and old hay and the unmistakable vibe of something that would absolutely bite you if given the chance. The man scratches his beard, which is full of dust and probably crumbs. "I heard them say Dothan," he says. Pointing with his whole arm, like direction is a physical object you can throw. You follow his gesture, and the land stretches on with zero helpful signage. "Thanks," you say, because that's what you say when someone just sends you deeper into the wilderness. You turn and start walking again. The coat pulls at your shoulders, heavy with heat. It's like wearing a ceremonial rug to a hike. By the time the sun crawls toward midday, you see them. Little dots first, then shapes. Men, staffs. A few animals clustered like a living cloud. Your chest loosens with relief so fast you almost laugh. They're there. Your brothers. You speed up because you're still you. You're still the guy who thinks proximity fixes things. As you get closer, you can hear them. Not words yet, just the rhythm of voices and occasional sharp bursts, like flint striking stone. You lift a hand, instinctive. Maybe you even smile, because you're walking into this like it's a normal family check-in, not the first step of a disaster. They see you before you reach them. You can tell because the movement changes. Bodies shift, heads turn. A pause spreads through them like a ripple across water. From far away, you can't read faces clearly, but you can feel the energy. It's wrong. It's the feeling you get when you step into a room and the conversation stops. Only this room is open land, and there are no doors, and you can't pretend you forgot something in the kitchen. You keep walking. The coat flashes in the sun, bright like a signal flag. One of your brothers steps forward. Another steps to the side. They're arranging themselves without thinking about it, the way wolves do when they decide which direction the prey will run. You slow, finally sensing it. Your throat tightens. You try to swallow, but there's no moisture left to swallow. You open your mouth anyway. "Brothers." The word barely leaves you before someone laughs. It's not a happy laugh. It's the laugh of someone who has been holding a rock behind his back and is thrilled to finally use it. "Look," a voice says, carrying easily in the dry air. The dreamer comes. Your skin prickles. Your feet keep moving, but slower now, like your body is trying to put on brakes. You search faces. Reuben is there, older and tense, like he hasn't slept in years and blames everyone for it. Simeon's eyes are hard, a stare that doesn't blink enough. Levi looks calm in a way that's never comforting. Judah's mouth is set, like he's already mid-decision. You look for something softer, anything. You don't find it. A brother steps closer and spits to the side. The spit hits the dirt and disappears instantly, absorbed like the ground is hungry too. "Dad send you to check on us?" someone asks. The words drip with that special kind of sarcasm that's basically a punch with vowels. You try to keep your voice steady. "Father wanted to know if you were well," you say. Your voice sounds thin in the open air. It feels ridiculous the moment you say it, because you are standing in the middle of a group of men who have been resenting you for years, and you just reminded them that Jacob trusts you more. A hand grabs your sleeve. It's fast. You flinch so hard your neck hurts. The grip is rough, fingers like clamps, nails rimmed with dirt. You twist, instinctive, but another hand catches the other sleeve. Your coat tightens across your chest, the fabric resisting like it thinks it can save you. It can't. Your heart slams against your ribs. "What are you doing?" you gasp. Nobody answers with words. They answer with motion. They surround you. The smell hits you all at once. Sweat baked into wool, breath heavy with old bread, and the sour tang of men who have been walking under the sun all day. Someone yanks your coat from behind. The seam bites into your throat. You choke, hands flying up. "Stop!" A fist drives into your side, not hard enough to break, but hard enough to make your lungs forget their job. You double slightly, wheezing. They're shouting now, overlapping voices, hot and sharp. "Kill him." No, not kill him, throw him. Do something. Your brain scrambles, trying to make the sounds mean something else, trying to translate them into a misunderstanding. But you don't get to misunderstand this. They grab the coat with both hands and pull. The fabric slides, then catches, then jerks. For a second it feels like being skinned. The sleeves drag over your arms, scraping, taking little pieces of you with them. You fight, but it's like trying to fight the tide with your palms. They strip it off in a violent tug, and suddenly the air hits your bare arms. It feels cold, even in the heat, like you've been peeled. Someone holds the coat up. The colors flash. The long sleeves dangle like limp tongues. For a breath, they just stare at it. Your father's love, in cloth form. The thing that made you a target. Now in their hands, like a trophy. You reach for it without thinking. A brother shoves you backward. You stumble. Your heel hits a stone and your balance goes. You go down hard, palms scraping dirt and grit. Dust puffs up around your face. It sticks to sweat immediately. Your mouth fills with the taste of earth. Hands grab you again, under your arms, hauling. Your feet drag toes, catching on pebbles. You twist your head, searching the horizon like maybe someone will appear. A shepherd, a traveler, literally anyone. No one appears. You're pulled across the ground like a sack. Your shoulder bumps rocks. Your skin burns where it scrapes. You're breathing fast now, panicked, and the air is hot and thin. They drag you toward a dark circle in the ground, a pit, a cistern carved out of rock, the kind that holds rainwater when the land decides to be generous. From here, it just looks like a mouth, a stone mouth in the earth, waiting. You dig your heels in, your sandals skid, dust sprays. "No," you say, voice cracking. "Please." Someone's grip tightens. A brother leans close enough that you can smell his breath. Old bread and something sour, like resentment, has a scent. "Dream your way out of this," he mutters. Then they lift. Your stomach drops. For a second, you're weightless, like the world let go. Then you slam down into darkness. Your back hits rock. Pain shoots up your spine. Your elbow smacks something sharp, and you feel the skin split. Warmth trickles down your forearm. You gasp, and the air down here is wrong. It's cooler, but stale. It smells like old rainwater that sat too long, like wet stone, like mildew that never met sunlight. And underneath that, something else, a deeper stink. Animal bones, rot. the remains of whatever fell in here and never got out. Your eyes adjust slowly. The walls are rough, scraped rock, damp in places. Your fingers touch it and come away slick. You pull your hand back fast. You don't want to know what that is. You shift, trying to sit up, and your knee slides in something soft. Mud maybe, or something worse. You freeze. Your breathing is loud in the narrow space, bouncing off stone. You tilt your head back. Above you, the circle of sky is bright and painfully blue. Your brothers' faces appear at the edge, looking down like you're a problem they finally got to throw away. You reach up. Your nails scrape rock, useless. The wall is too steep. Your fingers find cracks, but they crumble. Pebbles rain down into your hair. "Let me out," you say, voice shaking. "Reuben, Judah, please." They talk over you, like you're not even there. Their voices come muffled, bouncing down the shaft, blurred at the edges, arguing, fast, angry. You can't catch every word, but you catch enough. He brought it on himself. "We can't. Dad. Blood." Your stomach twists. You press your back against the wall, trying to make yourself smaller, trying to disappear into the stone. The pit smells like a cellar that forgot it was supposed to be used for food. Your throat tightens with the damp stink. A fly buzzes near your ear. Down here. Of course, it lands on your cheek like it pays rent. You slap at it, and your hand comes away with more grime. You look at your palm. It's smeared dark. You rub it on your tunic, because that's what you do when you live in a world without soap on demand. Above, one of your brothers says something, and the others fall quiet for a moment. Your heart lifts. Maybe this is where someone says, "Enough." Maybe this is where Reuben steps in and pulls you out. Maybe... A laugh breaks the pause. Short, cruel. Your heart drops again. The stone under you is cold in spots and warm in others, warmed by the day. You can't find a comfortable place to sit. You try anyway. Your back aches from the fall. Your elbow throbs. Your mouth is so dry your tongue feels like it's made of cloth. You look up again, squinting. The faces above shift. One disappears. Another leans in. Their silhouettes block the sun and turn the pit darker. Your brothers' voices drift down again, and the weirdest part starts, because they stop arguing, and you hear the sound of eating. At first it's small, the rip of bread, the soft crackle of crust, then chewing, slow, casual chewing, like this is a normal lunch break and not a crime scene in progress. Your stomach lurches. You stare up at the circle of sky, while your brothers chew overhead. Someone smacks their lips, someone drinks, and you hear the glug of water from a skin. You're in a hole that smells like wet death, and they're up there having a picnic. It's surreal in the worst way, like reality broke and nobody bothered to fix it. You swallow, and your throat hurts. "Why are you doing this?" you call up. Your voice echoes off the walls and comes back to you, smaller and sadder. No answer. Only more chewing. A brother says, with his mouth full, something like, "If we kill him." Another voice cuts in, sharper. A third interrupts. The words blur, but you catch fragments. What will we say? Wild animals? Blood? Father? Your skin goes cold. You hug your knees to your chest, and your arms wrap around your own ribs like you're trying to hold yourself together. The damp air clings to you. Your hair sticks to your forehead. You blink and dust drifts from your lashes. You keep listening because you can't not. Because these are your brothers, and they're deciding whether you get to live. A shadow moves across the opening. For a second you think someone is coming back to finish it. Your heart punches hard against your ribs. But it's just someone shifting position. The sun slides. Time passes in slices. In the pit, it's hard to tell how much. Your legs cramp. You try standing, pressing your palms to the wall, searching for a grip. The rock is jagged and cuts into your skin. You find a crack and pull. It holds for half a second, then crumbles. You drop back down, landing in mud again. The mud squelches. You close your eyes. You don't pray with elegant words. You pray with panic. Your brothers keep eating. You hear them talk about mundane things too. The flocks, the heat. Someone complains about the bread being dry. Dry. You almost laugh, but it comes out as a broken sound. Your father's favorite son is in a pit, and the bread critique is happening above you like this is a casual day in the fields. Then the air changes. You notice it before you understand it. A faint vibration through the stone. A distant rhythmic sound. Not voices, not sheep. Something heavier. A low clatter like wood and metal bumping over uneven ground. You tilt your head. The sound grows. Rattling. Footsteps. More than your brothers. Voices that aren't theirs. Your brothers' chewing slows. Someone stands and you hear a shift of fabric. The scuff of sandals. The shadows at the opening move as they look out across the road. You can't see much from down here, just sky and the rim. But you hear it now clearly. A caravan. Camels probably, with that wet, padding step, and the occasional disgruntled groan. Donkeys too, with bells that jingle like tiny alarms. Men calling out in a language that isn't yours, or is yours with a different accent. Trade voices, business voices, the kind of voices that don't care about family drama. Your brothers start talking fast again. The words tumble down the shaft, sharper now, urgent. You hear Judah's voice cut through, steadier than the others. Not killing, not blood, sell. The word hits you like a stone. Sell. Your mind rejects it. You're a person. You're a son. You're not. But your world is made of things that get traded. Animals, cloth, spices, and apparently you. You scramble to your feet. Your fingers claw at the rock. Wait, you shout. Please don't. Above, someone leans over. A face appears briefly, eyes narrowed. Not pity, calculation. They step back. The caravan is closer now. You smell it even from down here. A waft of camel, hot, musky, sour. Sweat, dust, and the sharp bite of resin and spices. Something like myrrh. Something like balm. Luxury smells dragged through a world that never washes. Your brothers call out to the traders. Voices overlap. Negotiation starts the way it always starts. Too loud, too casual, pretending there's not desperation underneath. Your heart is hammering. You press yourself against the wall, looking up, dizzy with fear. A rope drops into view. It slaps the rock and slides down, rough fiber scraping stone. It lands near your feet like a snake. For a half second, relief flashes through you. A rope means out. Out means air, light, movement, maybe mercy. Then you remember. Out doesn't mean home. Out means sold. Grab it, a voice barks down. Not your father's voice, not gentle. A brother's voice, impatient. You stare at the rope. Your hands shake. You don't want to touch it because touching it makes it real. But you also don't want to stay in the pit. You grab the rope. The fibers bite into your palms immediately, rough and dry. You wrap it around your hands because you've seen men climb ropes before. You pull. The rope goes taut. Your arms strain. For a second, you think they expect you to climb yourself. Then hands grab the other end and you jerk upward. They're hauling you like a bucket. You rise fast, feet scraping rock, knees banging the wall. Pain shoots through your shin as you hit a jutting edge. You gasp. Dust falls into your mouth. You choke and cough, still rising. The light gets brighter. The air gets hotter. Suddenly, your head clears the rim, and hands grab you. not careful hands. Hands that don't care about bruises. They hook under your arms, seize your shoulders and yank. You topple out onto the ground, blinking, squinting, sucking air like you just learned how to breathe. The sun hits your face like a slap. You roll onto your side, coughing. Your hair is full of grit. Your tunic is smeared with mud and dark streaks that you hope are mud. Your brothers stand around you. One of them holds your coat, bundled up like cloth worth money. They don't look at you like family. They look at you like inventory. Beyond them, the caravan waits on the road. Camels loom, tall and bored, chewing slowly with the empty confidence of creatures that know they're stronger than you. Bundles are strapped to their sides, sacks, jars, rolled fabrics. You catch the scent of spices again, stronger now. A sweetness and bitterness mixed together. Your stomach turns. Men from the caravan stand with your brothers. Their clothes are travel-stained. Their skin is leathered by sun. Their eyes flick over you in quick assessment, height, strength, age. They don't see Joseph. They see a teenage body that can work. One of your brothers, Judah, speaks, gesturing. You can't hear every word over the camels and the road noise, but you don't need to. A trader reaches into a pouch. You hear the unmistakable clink of metal, silver, coins or pieces of silver weighed out by hand. The sound is small. It shouldn't be able to change your life, but it does. A trader steps toward you. He smells like sweat and dust and old oil, like he's been on the road for weeks, and bathing is a rumor. His hand clamps on your upper arm. His grip is professional. You jerk back on instinct, but another hand catches you from the other side. Your brothers don't move to stop them. Your brothers don't move at all. They watch. They take the silver. You look from face to face searching. Reuben isn't there. You notice that with a jolt, like your brain finally finding one small thread of hope. Reuben's gone. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe a rope is thrown around your wrists. Not a gentle tie, a binding. The fiber bites into your skin and compresses. Immediate sting. You flex your hands and the rope tightens more, because this world loves consequences. Stop, you say, voice cracking. Please, Judah, Simeon, anyone. A brother avoids your eyes. Another stares right at you with a flat expression, like he's finally quiet, inside. Judah looks at you once. His eyes flick away. He turns back to the traders and says something brisk, like closing a deal on a goat. One of the traders tugs the rope. You stumble forward. Your feet catch on a stone, and you nearly go down. A hand shoves your back, impatient. You regain your balance because you have to. You're pulled toward the caravan, and the road opens in front of you like a line drawn in dirt. You twist your head, looking back at your brothers. They're already turning away, already moving toward their plan. You see your coat in one of their hands, bright against the dust. It's not on your shoulders anymore. You feel strangely naked without it. Even though it was a burden, it was yours. It was proof of something. Now it's just fabric for a lie. The traders push you into line with others. You hadn't even noticed them at first. Other captives. A couple of men with tired eyes and rope-bound wrists. A woman with her hair wrapped tight, jaw clenched so hard it looks painful. Someone younger than you, maybe, sniffling quietly. You're not special here. You're just another person on the rope. The rope runs along, connecting wrists and lives. A human string of pearls, except every pearl is terrified. The caravan leader calls out. Camels groan. A donkey brays like it's offended by the entire concept of movement. The line starts forward. You're pulled with it, stumbling into a pace you didn't choose. Your sandals scuff. Dust rises and coats your legs, sticks to the sweat on your skin. The sun is directly overhead now, brutal and flat. Your throat is dry again almost immediately. You look back one more time. The hills of Canaan sit behind you, low and familiar. This is the land you know. This is the sky you grew up under. Your brothers are small figures now, clustered near the pit. They're doing something with the coat. You can't see clearly, but you see movement. Hands, fabric, urgency. Your stomach sinks. They're staging it. They're building the lie your father will swallow because he has to. The caravan turns slightly, and the angle changes. The hills shift. The pit disappears behind scrub and stone. Your brothers vanish from sight like they never existed. You want to scream. You don't, because your throat is too dry, and the rope is too tight, and the man behind you would probably hit you for slowing down. So you walk. Hour after hour, the land rolls by in dusty waves. The road is hard-packed dirt with stones that love ankles. Your wrists ache from the rope. The fiber rubs and heats with every step until the skin feels raw. You try holding your hands differently to ease it. It doesn't matter. Every adjustment finds a new way to hurt. The caravan smells like travel. Camel sweat, thick and sour. Dung drying in the sun, crushed under hooves and sandals. Spices leaking from cracked jars, rich and sharp, like perfume spilled on a stable floor. Somewhere ahead, someone is chewing something. It's always chewing. The camels chew. The men chew. The whole world is chewing while you're being dragged into a new life. At one point, the caravan stops briefly. Not kindness. Logistics. A trader checks a strap. Another man spits and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. A camel kneels with a groan like an old door. You stand there, wrists bound, blinking sweat out of your eyes. Your mouth opens before you can stop it. Water, you croak. A trader glances at you like you just asked him to donate a kidney. He takes a drink from a skin, slow, theatrical. Then he lowers it, not to your mouth. He lets you watch the last drop fall back inside like a joke. He ties the skin shut and walks away. Your stomach clenches. The captives around you stare forward, expressions blank with exhaustion. Nobody meets your eyes. Nobody wants to share hope. Hope is expensive out here. The caravan moves again. Your feet keep going because they have no other job now. By late afternoon, your legs feel like they're made of wood. Your shoulders burn. Your lips crack. The road wavers in the heat, shimmering. You start to understand something with a cold clarity. No one is coming. Jacob is back at camp, waiting. Reuben might shout, might tear his clothes, might rage, but none of that reaches you here. None of that stops a caravan. As evening approaches, the sun tilts and the light turns harsher, orange and unforgiving. The shadows lengthen. The air cools slightly, but it's the kind of cool that only makes you realize how much you've been baking. When they finally stop for the night, it's not a comforting camp. It's a practical one. Men unload bundles. Camels are tethered. Someone starts a small fire, and the smoke rises thin and straight. You're herded to the side like an animal that might wander. The rope is tied off to a stake. You sit because your legs give up. The ground is hard, gritty, and scattered with little stones that dig into your hips. You shift, trying to find a spot that doesn't bruise. There isn't one. A trader tosses something toward the captives. A chunk of bread, dark and dense. It lands in the dirt. You stare at it. The bread is immediately coated in dust and tiny bits of gravel, because of course it is. You pick it up anyway. Your fingers tremble. You brush at it, but the grit is embedded now, part of the meal. You bite. It's dry enough to steal the last moisture from your mouth. You chew slowly, jaw aching, swallowing with effort. Nearby, a camel farts. It's long and wet and incredibly confident. No one reacts. This is normal. You swallow again and taste dust, bread, and humiliation. The night deepens. The traders talk among themselves, low and casual. Laughter drifts. Someone tells a story, and the others make those short sounds of amusement. Their world is intact. Yours is a ripped seam. You lie back on the ground, staring up at the sky. The stars are bright, sharp points. They look the same as they did over your father's camp. They look the same as they did in your dream. 11 stars bowing. You almost laugh at the memory, because right now you can't even roll over without your wrists pulling against the rope. Sleep comes in scraps. Every time you drift, a sound yanks you back. Camels shifting, men moving, someone coughing like their lungs are full of gravel. You wake with your mouth open, lips dry, tongue stuck. Your shoulders ache from lying on the ground. Your wrists throb. Morning comes with a chill that vanishes as soon as the sun lifts its head. They get you up, not with gentle encouragement, with a tug on the rope and a barked word. You stumble to your feet, legs stiff. You start walking again. Day after day, the road stretches. Dust becomes a constant layer on your skin, like you're being slowly turned into the land itself. Your hair mats. Your tunic stiffens with sweat and dirt. The rope rubs your wrists into raw bands that sting with every bump. Sometimes you catch the traders looking at you, not with hatred, with indifference. A man glances at a shovel the same way, useful, replaceable. As the days pass, the land changes. The air grows heavier. You smell water before you see it, a dampness carried on the wind. The ground flattens. Green appears, stubborn patches at first, then more. Birds call in the distance. The caravan noise shifts too. More voices, more movement. The sense of nearing something bigger than open land. One morning, you crest a low rise and see it. Not Egypt itself, not yet, but the hint of it. More roads, more travelers, more commerce moving like blood through veins. You hear unfamiliar accents. You see different clothing, different ways of tying fabric, different weapons at men's sides. The world is widening, and it does not care that you didn't want it to. A trader ahead calls out something, and another answers. The line of captives tightens as they pull you closer together. Your stomach knots. This is where the selling becomes easier. More people, more buyers, more eyes. You walk, and the horizon ahead looks hazy, like heat and distance are hiding what comes next. You turn your head once, trying to catch one last glimpse of the hills behind you. Canaan is gone. Just road now, just dust. Just the rope at your wrists and the pull forward that never stops. And somewhere behind you, far beyond your sight, your father is still breathing the air of home, still believing you'll return. But your feet keep moving south, step after step, carried along with spices and camels and indifferent men. The sun rises, the caravan rattles, the world turns, and you go with it. Egypt hits you like a wall of heat and incense and incomprehensible noise. Not the gentle kind of heat either. This is the kind that climbs inside your clothes and starts living there. Your skin goes shiny in places you didn't know could shine. The air feels thick, like you're breathing through warm soup. The caravan crests a low rise and the world changes in one ugly gulp. Green shows up first, like the earth suddenly remembered water exists. Then you see it. Channels, reeds, palm trees, little patches of crops so bright they look fake. Your mouth waters just seeing moisture. Your wrists are still tied because of course they are. The rope has worn 2 neat raw rings into your skin, like a matching bracelet set you didn't ask for. Every step makes the fibers bite, and every bite reminds you, you belong to the rope now. As you move closer, the smells start stacking on top of each other. Wet mud, fish, sweat, garlic, smoke, animal dung that's been baking in the sun like it's trying to become pottery. And over it all, that sweet, expensive tang of incense drifting from somewhere ahead, like the city is trying to cover up the fact it's made of bodies. You hear Egypt before you see the worst of it. Voices. Too many voices. Not your brother's rough Hebrew. Something faster, clipped, full of sounds that feel like pebbles in the mouth. Shouts, arguments, laughter. Someone hawking something with the confidence of a man who has never once been told to lower his volume. A donkey brays right next to you, and it smells like sour hay and stubbornness. The caravan slows as the road thickens with people. Not a few travelers, a tide. Men carrying bundles. Women with baskets balanced on heads like gravity is optional. Children darting like little feral sparrows. Soldiers standing around with that bored look that says, I'm paid to be intimidating, but I'm also tired. You try to walk without staring. You fail immediately. Because the buildings are different, taller, squarer, smoother, painted in places. Painted. People are out here decorating walls while you're still negotiating with barley bread back home. And the temples. You glimpse stone shapes rising above rooftops, and they don't look like anything in Canaan. There are carvings, huge figures, animal heads on human bodies, gods that look like they could bench press your entire family. You swallow and your throat sticks. Dry again. The caravan presses forward into a market area, and you get jostled shoulder to shoulder with strangers. Someone's elbow hits you in the ribs. Someone else steps on your sandal and doesn't even pretend to be sorry. A man brushes past you and smells like sweat and beer and something floral layered on top, like he's trying to be both disgusting and romantic. It works. The traders start calling out. Their voices change into sales voices. Louder, smoother, full of the kind of cheer people use when they're selling something they would not personally want to buy. You realize with a cold twist that you are part of the display now. You're pushed to a spot near a wall. A trader tugs the rope and you stumble forward, forced into a line with the other captives. Heads turn. Eyes skim you, not hate. Not even curiosity, really. Just quick measuring. Age, teeth, muscles, attitude. You try to lift your chin anyway. It's a small rebellion, and it does absolutely nothing. A man walks up, better dressed than the traders, and he smells like oil and clean linen, which is deeply unfair. His scalp is shaved smooth. His eyes are lined with dark coal, making him look permanently unimpressed. He speaks to the trader, and the trader answers with that careful tone people use around someone with power. The man points at one captive, then another. His gaze lands on you and pauses. Not because you're special, because you're standing upright and your eyes aren't dead yet. The trader pushes you forward a half step, like presenting a goat. The man steps closer. He grips your arm, fingers firm, testing muscle like he's shopping for furniture. He tilts your chin up. You catch a whiff of his breath, minty somehow, like he has access to plants that aren't just leaf. He says something short. The trader nods rapidly and smiles too much. Money changes hands. You don't see the exact pieces, but you hear the clink, and your stomach drops with it. The rope at your wrist gets passed forward. Ownership transfers with the casual ease of handing over a water skin. The man, your new problem, turns and starts walking. A guard falls in behind you, and his hand lands on your shoulder like a weight. Not violent, not gentle, just certain. You're pulled along into the city. The crowd swallows you. You pass stalls piled with fish laid out in the sun like people enjoy, suffering. You pass baskets of onions and garlic that punch you in the face with their smell. You pass heaps of bread. Real bread, softer than the weapon loaves you knew, stacked high like a cruel joke. A woman squats by a basin washing something that might be cloth and might be a small animal. The water is brown, the smell is worse. You step around a puddle and it's not water. You learn quickly that Egypt has a relationship with fluids that is deeply committed and also extremely public. Everywhere there are little statues, cats, falcons, crocodile-looking things, a cow with a sun disk, a man with a jackal head staring at you like he knows your secrets. Your skin prickles, and not only from sweat. Back home, you knew the names of the gods people whispered about. Here, it feels like every street corner has its own divine management team. You cross a canal on a narrow bridge, and you look down. The water moves slow, thick with silt and life. Something slippery breaks the surface and disappears. A fish, maybe, or something that would love to bite you. The man in front doesn't look back. He walks like the whole world is a hallway built for him. You and the guard follow, weaving through the noise, past walls painted with scenes of hunting and feasting and people calmly doing tasks while wearing jewelry. You're not wearing jewelry, you're wearing dirt. Eventually, the streets widen. The buildings spread out into something grander, with courtyards and high walls. You see columns, actual columns. You've never been so impressed and insulted at the same time. The man approaches a gate guarded by soldiers. They don't stop him. They glance, recognize him, and let him pass like he's expected. You pass into a compound. The air changes inside just slightly. Less marketplace funk, more clipped order, more clean linen, more incense trying desperately to convince everyone this place isn't also full of human sweating. A servant approaches, head lowered, and speaks rapidly to the man. The man answers without breaking stride. You keep walking. Your feet scuff over packed earth that's been swept. Swept. Somebody out here has a job titled "Make the Ground Look Nice." You're led into a courtyard where water trickles in a shallow pool. The sound hits you like a memory of rain. You stare. The guard gives your shoulder a small shove like, "Keep moving, desert boy." You move. You're brought into a shaded area, and for a moment the temperature drops. Not cool, just less punishing. Your eyes adjust. You see servants moving in practiced patterns, carrying trays, folding cloth, sweeping, pouring water from jars into basins. Everyone is busy, and everyone is quiet in that tense way that says mistakes have consequences. The man finally turns and looks at you again. Up close, he's older than you first thought, with lines at the corners of his eyes and a mouth that has said no 1,000 times. He wears a collar that catches the light and a sash at his waist that looks expensive enough to buy a small herd. He speaks a few words, sharp and final. A servant steps forward, takes the rope at your wrists, and starts untying. Your hands tingle as blood returns, pins and needles exploding under your skin. You flex your fingers and wince at the sting. The rope falls away, but the feeling doesn't. You rub your wrists, and the servant grabs your arm immediately, stopping you. Not cruel, just strict. You understand instantly, without language. Your body isn't yours to fuss over. The man speaks again, slower, as if talking to a child. You catch none of it, but you catch the last part because it's a name, and names land even when you don't know the words around them. Potiphar. That's him. Potiphar walks away like he's done thinking about you. A servant gestures for you to follow. You do, because you have a strong instinct for survival and also nowhere else to go. They take you to a washing area, a basin, a jar, a cloth. No warm bath, no spa experience. Just a practical scrub down because you smell like caravan and despair. Cold water hits your skin and you flinch. The servant scrubs like he's trying to remove a stain from a pot. Dirt comes off in gritty rolls. Your hair gets dunked and you gasp as water runs down your face and into your nose. It's humiliating. It's also the first time in too long that your skin doesn't feel like it's wearing a second crust. They give you different clothes. Simple linen. Scratchy at first, then surprisingly light against your skin. It hangs loose, and air can actually move under it. You feel almost naked without the thick wool you grew up in. And then you remember the last time someone stripped you. Your stomach tightens. You push the thought down because you have to keep standing. Days start to blur. You wake with the sounds of a household already in motion. Feet on stone, jars clinking, birds calling from somewhere in the courtyard. A servant coughing like his lungs are full of dust. You learn quickly that Potiphar's house runs like a machine. A well-oiled, incense-scented machine staffed by exhausted humans. There are rules you don't know, and you learn them by getting snapped at. Don't step there. Don't touch that. Don't look up. Don't speak unless spoken to. Don't stand in the doorway like a confused goat. You make mistakes. You get corrected. Sometimes correction is a barked word and a hard look. Sometimes it's a smack to the shoulder with the flat of a hand. Not enough to injure. Enough to teach. You start learning the language in pieces. Not from lessons. From necessity. From repeated commands. From the rhythm of daily tasks. Words for water, bread, sweep, carry, hurry. You become fluent in urgency. You also learn the hierarchy. There are servants who have been here forever, who walk with quiet confidence. There are newer ones who flinch at every sound. There are overseers who don't carry anything. They carry authority. You are at the bottom, but you're not useless. That's the problem. You're competent in a way that keeps showing itself even when you try to be small. You notice things. You remember where items belong. You can count. You can organize. You can be trusted with tasks that require an actual brain. Your father raised you with a strange education for a shepherd kid. Now it follows you like a shadow. At first, they put you on basic work. Hauling jars, scrubbing floors, carrying baskets of grain that shed dust into your hair and down your neck. The grain dust itches, and it makes you sneeze. And sneezing gets you a look like you've personally offended the concept of silence. One day, you're sent to the storerooms. You step inside and the smell is rich and suffocating. Grain, oil, dried herbs, and the faint, sweet bite of resin sealed in jars. The air is cooler in here, thick with stored food and sealed. Clay, rows of baskets and jars line the walls. You see markings on clay seals, little impressions and scribbles that mean something to someone. A man stands at a table counting, moving pieces from one pile to another, lips moving as he tallies. He glances up at you, irritated. You wait, hands at your sides. He says something short and points at a stack. You move to pick it up, but you hesitate because the seals are arranged in a pattern. 3 jars belong together. 2 are older. 1 has a different mark. You don't know the language fully, but you know logic. You shift the odd jar to the correct pile. The man's head snaps up. He frowns, steps over, and inspects. For a moment, you expect a slap for touching what you weren't told to touch. Instead, he makes a low sound, something like surprise swallowed quickly. He speaks to you again, slower this time. You answer with the few words you know. awkward and rough, but you point to the marks and shake your head trying to communicate. He stares at you. Then he calls for someone. Another overseer arrives, looks you over, watches you sort another small set of items without being told. They exchange words over your head. Your stomach knots. This could go badly, but it doesn't. You get moved. Not upward in dignity, you're still a slave, but upward in responsibility. They start sending you to places where mistakes cost money. They give you tasks that involve lists and checks and counting. They watch you closely at first, waiting for you to fail. You don't. And somehow, in a place that isn't yours, among people who don't know your name the way your father said it, you start to become useful. It's a weird kind of success. The kind where people stop looking through you and start looking at you when something goes missing. The kind where you get blamed if something breaks, but also praised quietly when things run smoothly. A servant hands you a key one day. A key. Your fingers close around it, and it's cold, metal, heavy for its size. Your pulse jumps. Keys mean trust. Keys also mean if anything goes wrong, it's your neck. You learn Potiphar's routines by watching. He's a man with authority. He comes and goes with guards. He speaks with other officials in the courtyard. His sandals are always cleaner than yours because the universe enjoys comedy. Sometimes he passes you without looking. Sometimes his gaze lands on you briefly, measuring. He asks a question once, something about supplies. You answer, stumbling over words, but you answer correctly. He nods once and walks away. That single nod follows you for days. The overseers start deferring to you in small ways. Ask the Hebrew, you hear, and it lands in your chest like a bruise. You're the Hebrew, not Joseph, not son of Jacob, not dreamer, just a foreigner with a useful brain. Your workload increases. You manage people who resent you quietly. You can feel it in the way they pause before obeying, in the way they forget a task until you remind them, in the way their eyes slide away when you walk past, like they're tired of watching you rise while they stay stuck. You try to keep your head down. It doesn't matter. Being competent is loud. Potiphar's house grows used to you. The storerooms stay organized. The accounts balance. The supplies show up where they should. The kitchen doesn't run out of oil unexpectedly, which apparently is a thrilling development. Someone tells you, half in words, half in gestures, that Potiphar is pleased. You nod, expression neutral, like you're not standing in a foreign land with a life made of tasks. At night, when you finally lie down on a thin mat in a servant's area, your muscles ache in new ways. Not from carrying heavy things all day, but from the constant tightness of being watched. Your mind keeps moving, counting, planning, checking. You miss home in sharp flashes. Not the whole place, not the whole family, not the feeling of being hated. But you miss your language. You miss knowing what people are saying around you. You miss the hills and scrub and the smell of sheep, which is saying something, because sheep smell like betrayal and feet. You stare into the darkness and wonder what your father is doing. You wonder if he's still alive. You wonder if he's sitting somewhere with your coat in his hands, crying until he can't. The thought makes your throat tighten and your eyes burn. You blink hard and stare at the ceiling, because tears are private and privacy is not a feature of servant quarters. Time moves. Your Egyptian gets better. Your tasks become bigger. Eventually, you're not just managing storerooms. You're managing the household, schedules, supplies, labor, repairs. It's like being promoted to manager of the worst inn on earth, except the inn is a governor's house and your customers can legally own you. Potiphar leaves for days at a time. You keep things running while he's gone. You start giving orders to men who are older than you. Some obey with tight mouths. Some obey because it's easier. Some obey because they've learned that Potiphar likes results and doesn't care who delivers them. You become, in practical terms, the person holding the daily life of this house together. You're still property. That never changes. And now you hit the part nobody wants to live through. Because there's another presence in this house, and it's not a god statue. It's Potiphar's wife. You notice her the first time she walks through the courtyard while you're directing servants. The air shifts. Servants lower their eyes. Backs straighten. People move faster, quieter. She doesn't rush. She glides, and you hate that word, but it's true. Linen drapes off her like water. Jewelry catches the light at her throat and wrists. Her hair is arranged carefully, and it smells like oil and something sweet, like crushed flowers. She looks at you, not the quick glance of a passing mistress checking the furniture. A full look, assessment, interest. Your stomach drops because you know that look. Not from Egypt, from Canaan. From anywhere humans live too close together with too much power and too little boredom management. She speaks, and you understand enough to respond. It's small talk at first. A question about supplies. A comment about how efficiently the servants move. A note about Potiphar being pleased. Her voice is smooth. Her eyes are sharp. You answer respectfully and keep your hands busy. Because busy hands look like obedience. She keeps coming back. At first it's casual. She appears where you are, like coincidence has started stalking you. She asks about the household, about the storerooms, about the accounts. Questions she doesn't need answered. Then the questions shift. Where are you from exactly? Do you miss your home? How old are you? Do you have a wife? The way she says wife makes it sound like a joke. Your skin prickles every time she's near. Not because you're flattered, because you're trapped. You learn her routines too, the way you learned Potiphar's. She appears late morning when the light is harsh and the courtyard is busy. She appears in the afternoon when servants are moving between tasks, sweaty and tired. She appears when Potiphar is gone. Always when Potiphar is gone. You start adjusting your own movement around the house, trying to avoid being alone. You linger near doorways. You keep a servant with you when possible. You find errands that take you into busier spaces. It's exhausting, the way a predator makes you rearrange your entire life without even touching you. One day, you're in a corridor carrying a list, an actual written list, because apparently Egypt enjoys writing things down like the world might forget. You're focused, scanning the marks, muttering numbers under your breath. A shadow falls across the corridor. You look up. She's there. Close. Too close. Her perfume hits you first, thick and sweet, trying to convince your body it's safe. Your body does not believe it. She smiles, and it doesn't reach her eyes. She says your title, Hebrew, like it's intimate. Then she speaks a command, soft and direct. Come to bed with me. It lands like a slap, even though her tone is gentle. Your mind goes blank for a heartbeat. Then everything floods back at once. Rope on your wrists, silver clinking, your brother's faces above a pit. You are not in control here. You swallow. Your voice comes out steady, which surprises you. You tell her no, not with insult, with the careful respect of someone refusing a knife while pretending it's a spoon. You tell her Potiphar trusts you. You tell her you're responsible for everything in the house. You tell her you can't do this great wrong. The words tumble out, half in Egyptian, half in your own language in your head, but the meaning is clear. Her smile fades, not into sadness, into annoyance, like you just told her the wine is warm, She steps back, eyes narrowing slightly, and she doesn't stop. It becomes a daily campaign. Not dramatic, not loud, persistent. She finds you in storerooms. She finds you near the courtyard. She pauses you in corridors and lets her fingers brush your arm like it's an accident. Like bodies don't belong to someone else in this house. Each time, she says it again. Each time, you refuse. You start feeling like you're living inside a trap that resets every morning. Servants start noticing. You catch looks, whispers behind hands. A servant girl raises her eyebrows at you one day with the expression of someone watching a rich woman spiral. Another servant avoids your gaze entirely, like whatever is happening might be contagious. You keep working. You keep refusing. You keep hoping it will pass. It doesn't. Potiphar leaves again. The house shifts into that quieter rhythm it has when the master is gone and everyone exhales while still working. The day is hot. The sun feels welded to the sky. Even the shaded corridors feel warm, like the walls have been storing heat for hours and now they're releasing it into your face. You're sent into the inner part of the house for something mundane. Cloth maybe, paper, a seal. It doesn't matter. What matters is the hallway is empty. No servants nearby, no footsteps, no clatter of jars. Just you, the quiet, and the sound of your own sandals against stone. You reach a doorway and step inside a room that smells strongly of oil and perfume. Too clean, too curated. Your stomach tightens before you even see her. She's there. Of course she's there. And she's not playing the slow game today. She moves fast, faster than you expect in all that linen and jewelry. Her hand shoots out and grabs your garment. Not a flirtatious touch, a grip. Fingers clamping onto the fabric at your chest like she's grabbing a handle. Her nails dig in through the linen. Lie with me, she says. It's not a suggestion now. It's an order. Your pulse spikes so hard you feel it in your throat. In that instant, you understand the math. If you stay and argue, she can scream. If you shove her, she can scream. If you obey, you die inside and maybe outside later. You do the only thing left. You run. You twist out of her grip and the fabric catches. For a half second, you're stuck. Linen stretched tight across your shoulder, her hand anchoring you in place. Then the garment slips, tearing loose from your body, and suddenly you're bolting out of the room half-dressed, because modesty is a luxury and you are in an emergency. Your feet slap the stone. Your heart hammers. You burst into the corridor, breathing hard, garment gone, skin exposed to the air that feels too cold for how hot it is. You keep going until you hit a busier area. Servants look up, startled. You don't stop to explain. You snatch another cloth from a basket as you pass, anything to cover yourself. Because being naked in a governor's house is a separate problem you don't have time to add to the stack. Behind you, there's a shout. Her voice, sharp, calling servants, calling witnesses, calling chaos into existence. You slow only when you have to. You can't outrun what's already forming. Servants gather. You see faces turning toward the sound, eyes wide. You see a group forming in a doorway down the hall, and at the center of it is her, holding your garment like a trophy, like evidence. She lifts it for everyone to see. Her voice rises and falls in fast Egyptian, and you catch enough to feel sick. She tells them you came to her. She tells them you tried to force her. She tells them she screamed and you ran. Your garment is in her hands, and it might as well be a knife with your name carved into it. Servants murmur. Some look shocked. Some look like they already believed whatever she was going to say, because believing the mistress is safer than breathing. A man looks at you with disgust, and you can tell he's already decided. You stand there clutching a borrowed cloth around your body, chest heaving, mouth dry. You try to speak, but your throat won't cooperate. Even if it did, who would listen? The story is clean and simple. Foreign slave tries to violate mistress. Everyone can understand that story. It has a villain ready-made, and you are conveniently foreign. You're pulled aside, not violently, but firmly. Hands on arms, guiding you like you're suddenly made of poison. They keep you in a small area while the household buzzes with rumor. Hours pass like this, maybe longer. Time stretches when you're waiting for punishment. The sun shifts. Shadows move across the courtyard. Your stomach gnaws itself. Finally, you hear it. Movement at the gate. Potiphar returns. The household changes instantly. Servants straighten. Whispers sharpen into silence. You're brought forward. Your heart slams so hard it hurts. Potiphar stands in the courtyard, still dusty from travel, jaw tight. His wife is beside him. She looks composed, almost serene, like she just finished arranging flowers instead of arranging your death. She speaks, and now you understand enough Egyptian to follow the bones of it. You hear your title again, Hebrew, spat like an insult. You hear the accusation in full. You hear the part where she says she screamed. You hear the part where she says you fled and left your garment in her hands. She lifts the garment. There it is. A simple piece of cloth. A ridiculous piece of cloth. A piece of cloth that has now ruined your entire existence twice. Potiphar's face darkens. His eyes flick to you. He doesn't ask for your side. He doesn't question. He doesn't pause. His reputation is a structure, and he will not let a slave crack it. He speaks, and the words are few and final. Guards move immediately. Hands seize you. This time it's not a guiding touch. This time it's a clamp, a grip meant to control a struggling body. Your borrowed cloth slips. You grab it with one hand as they drag you forward. You twist your head toward Potiphar, trying one last time with your eyes, because your mouth feels useless. He doesn't look away, but there's no softness, only anger, maybe betrayal, maybe calculation. You don't know. You're pulled through corridors, past servants who stare and then look away fast, like your misfortune might splash onto them. You pass the storerooms you organized. You pass the courtyard pool that sounded like rain. You pass the clean walls and the incense and the calm order of a household you held together. Nobody says goodbye. Nobody thanks you. A gate opens. The smell hits you before you see it. Stale air, human sweat, old urine soaked into stone, dampness that never dries, a sour tang like someone spilled fear here years ago and it's still fermenting. This isn't a clean prison with bars and keys and polite separation. This is a pit with paperwork. Guards shove you down a set of steps. The light drops fast. The air gets cooler, but in the worst way, like it's cooling because the sun can't reach the rot. Your feet slip on stone worn smooth by too many dragged bodies. You catch yourself with one hand on the wall. The wall is slick. You pull your hand back immediately and wipe it on your cloth, because you do not want to know. A door opens. Not a nice door. A thick wooden slab with metal reinforcements, the kind of thing built to keep hope inside. The guard says something. You're shoved forward. You stumble into the space beyond, and the door slams behind you with a sound that punches your chest. For a moment, you stand still. Your eyes adjust. You see dim shapes, men sitting or lying on the floor. Chains glint faintly in the low light. Faces turn toward you, expressions guarded. The floor is hard stone, gritty with dirt. The smell is a layered masterpiece of misery. Sweat, mildew, old food, infected wounds. and that unmistakable stench of too many humans living too close with nowhere to put anything that comes out of them. You swallow and regret it, because the air tastes like it's been chewed. Somebody coughs in the dark, wet and deep. Someone else laughs softly, the humorless sound of a man who has already fallen through his own life. A guard behind you barks, and you feel metal touch your ankle. Cold iron. They shackle you. The ring closes with a dull clink, snug and absolute. You look down at it, breathing hard. A few hours ago, you were managing a household. Now you're chained in a hole under the earth. It's almost impressive how quickly the world can drop you. You take a few careful steps and find a spot near a wall. The stone is cold against your back. Your legs shake as you lower yourself to the floor. The shackle tugs when you move, reminding you of its range. Not far, never far. The prison murmurs around you, a low chorus of shifting bodies and quiet voices. Somewhere, water drips steadily, each drop a slow insult. You close your eyes. The dry well in Canaan flashes in your mind, damp rock, old bones, your brothers chewing. You thought that was the bottom. You really thought that was the bottom. This is the second pit. This one has walls that don't open to sky. This one doesn't even let you see the stars that used to mock you with dreams. You sit in the dark, listening to strangers breathe, and you feel the weight of Egypt settle over you like stone. Above, life continues. Servants sweep courtyards. Incense burns. Bread is baked. Orders are shouted. Potiphar's house runs without you now, like a machine that replaced a broken part. Down here, the air is thick and sour. Your ankle aches under the iron. Your throat is dry again. And all you can do is stare into the dimness, waiting for whatever comes next. Because waiting is what pits are for, and you are back inside one again. Move, a guard growls. Like you're a chair he's tired of stepping around. His sandal scuffs near your ankle chain, and the iron answers with a dull little clink that says, "Yes, hello, still here." You push yourself up off the stone, joint stiff, skin sticky, hair doing whatever hair does when it hasn't met a comb in. However long this has been. The air down here is cold in the most insulting way. Not refreshing, not crisp. It's the cold of damp stone and trapped breath, like the whole place is sweating, but never allowed to finish the job. And so you find yourself in another pit. This one has a roof. The roof is low enough that smoke stains it, even though nobody's lighting a cozy candle down here for vibes. There's a slit of light somewhere, high up, and you can't see sky through it. You can only see brightness, like someone left the world on without you. Your stomach growls and the sound feels loud. It's the kind of loud that makes nearby men shift and glare, because everyone down here is running on the same diet. Anger, boredom, and bread that could legally qualify as construction material. A bowl gets shoved toward you, not handed, shoved. The bowl smells like yesterday's lentils got into a fight with a swamp and lost. You eat anyway, because pride doesn't fill a stomach, and neither does righteousness. The prison settles into routine, which is the cruelest part. At first you think, this can't become normal. Then you blink and it does, because the human brain is horrifyingly adaptable. Morning is announced by noise, chains dragged, someone coughing like they're trying to eject a lung, guards shouting at each other in bored, sharp bursts, a bucket scraping stone, which is a sound you learn to hate deeply. They don't have bathrooms. They have coping strategies. There's a corner that everyone pretends isn't a corner. There are bowls that get passed around, full of things nobody wants to see, smell, or acknowledge as part of being alive. And the smell, Oh, the smell. It's stale sweat, sour urine, and damp mildew with a top note of infected wounds. It clings to your nostrils like an unwanted roommate. You find a spot near the wall because at least the wall doesn't move. It just leaks. Water drips somewhere, steady and slow, and after a while you start measuring time by it. Not on purpose. It just happens. Drip, drip, drip. Your ankle rubs raw against iron. You shift, trying to find a position that doesn't hurt, and discover there isn't one. There's only different. Days slide by, then weeks. Some men come and go. Most don't. You hear names sometimes, muttered with respect or fear. Petty thieves. Men who mouthed off to an official. Soldiers who lost a fight and needed someone to blame. You don't hear Hebrew as much as you did above ground. Down here, everyone is just another body with a stink cloud and a story nobody believes. A guard starts watching you, not in a friendly way, in a "this one isn't dead yet" way. You keep yourself busy because stillness in a prison turns into madness fast. You help a man rewrap a filthy bandage. You move a sick prisoner away from the corner. You learn which guys will steal your bread and which ones only steal when they're desperate. You also learn the prison has a hierarchy. Of course it does. Even a pit has management. There's a keeper, the man in charge of this mess, and he has the exhausted eyes of someone who wakes up every day and thinks, I could be literally anywhere else. He walks through sometimes with a wax tablet and a stylus, counting bodies like livestock. He doesn't make eye contact until he has to. One day he sees you untangling an argument before it becomes a stabbing. Two men are hissing at each other over a piece of bread. It's not even a full piece. It's more like a bread concept, a bread memory. You step between them, palms up, talking low, voice steady. You don't do it because you're noble. You do it because you do not want blood in your sleeping corner. You already have enough mystery stains in your life. The keeper pauses. He watches you for a long moment, head tilted, like he's trying to remember if prisoners are allowed to be competent. Later, he points at you and says something short. You don't catch every word, but the tone is clear. You, come. They unhook your chain from where it anchors you at night and replace it with something less, permanently humiliating. You're still not free. You're just allowed to walk farther than 3 steps without yanking your ankle out of its socket. You get jobs, not good jobs, prison jobs, carry water, sweep stone, distribute food, clean up messes that make you want to stop having senses. You become the guy guards yell at when something goes wrong. You become the guy prisoners glare at because you're interacting with guards without getting hit. You become somehow useful again. It's the same strange curse as Potiphar's house. You try to stay small and life keeps handing you responsibilities like it's funny. The keeper starts giving you tasks with trust attached. Make sure that one doesn't die, he says, gesturing at a man coughing wetly. Keep them separated, he says, pointing at 2 enemies with murder eyes. Count these, he says, tossing you a small pouch of grain like you're his personal accountant. It should feel like progress. Mostly, it feels like being promoted to assistant manager of misery, and the prison keeps swallowing people. One afternoon, the air shifts. You feel it before you understand it. Guards start moving with purpose, the way they do when someone important is about to enter a room full of filth, and they want it to look like slightly less filth. Footsteps come down the stairs, not the usual heavy, bored stomp. These are quick, sharp, nervous. Voices murmur above you, and the murmurs have that tight, careful sound people use around power. 2 men get shoved into the prison. They don't look like the others. Not because they're clean. Nobody stays clean down here. but because they were clean recently, and the prison grime hasn't fully claimed them yet. Their linen is better, their hair is trimmed, their hands don't have the constant ground-in dirt of labourers. Their eyes, though, their eyes look like someone just opened a trapdoor under their lives. One of them is thicker through the shoulders, with flour dust still haunting the lines of his palms like a ghost of his old job. The other is leaner, with an upright posture that doesn't know how to slouch, even in prison. The guards call them by titles you understand: cupbearer, baker. Oh, these aren't random criminals. These are men from the palace. You can feel everyone's attention sharpen. Even the men half asleep in the corner perk up, because palace trouble has a smell, and it smells like consequences for everyone nearby. The cupbearer's jaw clenches as he looks around. He's trying to pretend he's not afraid, and he's failing in a very dignified way. The baker looks like he's already halfway to panic, eyes darting, lips slightly parted, like he wants to ask a question, but knows questions don't help. They get assigned to a section near where you work. The keeper of the prison points at you again. "You," he says, and then a string of words you understand just enough to get the message. "Take care of them." Of course, you're now the prison concierge for 2 men whose mistakes could get you all killed. You bring them water. The cupbearer takes a sip, like he's testing it for poison out of habit. Then he remembers where he is and his face tightens. The baker drinks faster, desperate. You show them where to sit. You gesture toward the corner everyone uses, and both of them flinch slightly. They're trying to be brave about the bathroom corner, and it's not going well. Night comes. The prison grows louder in the dark, which makes no sense but is absolutely true. People whisper, people groan. Someone scratches at something on their skin for an hour straight, like they're trying to dig their way out through their own arm. You doze in short bursts, waking every time someone shifts too close. In the morning, you notice it immediately. The cupbearer and the baker look wrecked. Not physically, though they're pale. It's their faces. They have that stunned, haunted expression of men who had a dream that crawled under their skin and didn't leave. The cupbearer sits with his hands clasped, staring at nothing. The baker keeps rubbing his forehead like he can scrub the fear off. You bring them their prison breakfast, which is a lump of bread and some watery stuff pretending to be stew. Neither of them touches it. That's when you realize how bad it is. Men in prison do not skip food unless their insides are turning inside out. You squat down near them. Not too close. You've learned the radius of other men's desperation. "What is it?" you ask, low. They look up, startled that someone cares. The cupbearer's voice is rough. "We dreamed," he says, and you can tell he hates admitting it. The baker blurts, "And there's no one to tell us what it means." You wait. The cupbearer breathes out through his nose, like he's trying to steady himself. He tells you his dream. You listen, and as he speaks, the prison around you fades a little. You see it in your mind because dreams do that. They paint pictures on the inside of your skull whether you want them or not. A vine. 3 branches. It buds, blossoms, and then, suddenly, it's grapes. He's holding Pharaoh's cup, and he squeezes the grapes into it, hands steady, serving the king like he's always done. He finishes and looks at you, eyes searching, like you're a doorway, like you might be the only way out. The baker leans in, desperate, and you can smell the fear sweat on him, sharp and sour. He says, "I dream too." 3 baskets of white bread on his head. It's such a baker dream, it almost hurts. His whole identity stacked neatly above him. In the top basket, baked goods for Pharaoh, the best of the best. And then birds. Birds swooping down, pecking, tearing, eating the bread right off his head while he stands there helpless. He stops talking, swallowing hard. His eyes flick between you and the cupbearer. He's hoping the meaning is good. He's begging the air for it. You sit back on your heels. Your heart is beating faster, and you're not sure why. Because you've had dreams before, big ones, stupid ones you shared at breakfast like an idiot kid wearing a fancy coat. Dreams that got you thrown into a pit by your own brothers. Dreams are not neutral in your life. Dreams are dangerous, but you also know this strange truth that keeps following you like a shadow. Sometimes you understand them, not because you're clever, not because you learned a system. It just arrives. The meaning lands in you with the same certainty as hunger. You look at the cupbearer first. 3 branches, you say slowly. 3 days. His eyes widen. Your words come easier now, as if the interpretation is already written and you're just reading it out loud. In 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head. He will restore you. You will put the cup in his hand again. The cupbearer's shoulders sag with relief so strong it's almost painful to watch. He closes his eyes for a second, like he's letting the hope wash over him. The baker inhales sharply. He leans forward like a man reaching for warmth. "And me?" he asks. You look at him, and you already know. You already know, and you hate it. You hate that you can't change it by wanting. 3 baskets, you say, voice quieter. 3 days. His mouth twitches into a hopeful smile. You keep going anyway, because what else do you do with truth when it shows up in a pit? In 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head from you. The smile dies. The baker's face drains of color, like someone pulled a plug. The birds, you add, because the dream won't let you skip details. They will eat your flesh. The baker stares at you, horrified, as if you did this to him personally, as if you're the bird. He shakes his head once, small and broken. "No," he whispers, but the prison doesn't care about no. The cupbearer sits frozen, relief and guilt wrestling on his face. You look at both of them, feeling the weight of what you just said settle like dust. And now you do something that surprises even you. You ask for something, not money, not power, a memory. The cupbearer's eyes flick to you. You lean closer, voice low. "When it goes well for you," you say, "remember me." You swallow. Your throat feels tight, like speaking hope out loud scrapes you raw. "Mention me to Pharaoh," you continue. "Get me out of this house." You don't call it a prison, not even in your mind. It's a house, a pit, a place that eats days. "I was stolen from my land," you say, and the words taste bitter. "And here I've done nothing to deserve this." The cupbearer nods fast, eager. "I will remember," he says, and he sounds sincere. He grabs your forearm briefly, a tight grip. Palace men don't touch common prisoners like that. It feels like a vow. The baker doesn't speak. He sits with his arms wrapped around himself, eyes staring into the floor, as if he's trying to disappear into it before the 3rd day finds him. Time crawls. 1 day, 2, 3. You keep doing your tasks because the prison doesn't pause for prophecy. You sweep. You carry water. You listen to men argue and cry and cough. You watch the cupbearer pace like a caged animal. You watch the baker stop eating entirely, like he's trying to starve out fate. On the 3rd day, the prison wakes to unusual noise. More guards than normal. Boots on stone, sharper, faster. You smell oil and better quality linen drifting down the stairs, people from above ground, where air is allowed to move. The keeper of the prison stands straighter. His face is tense with the kind of caution that says, "If I get this wrong, I die too." They come for the cupbearer and the baker. The cupbearer goes still, jaw clenched, then lifts his chin like he's putting his palace face back on. The baker trembles. He tries to speak and nothing comes out. Chains rattle as they're pulled up. Both men look back at you. The cupbearer's eyes are bright with terror and hope mixed together, like two liquids that shouldn't touch. The baker's eyes are pleading, not for interpretation now, for mercy. You have none to give. They're marched up the steps and out. The door closes. The prison holds its breath. In that way, a room full of men somehow can, when everyone is pretending not to care while caring intensely. Hours pass. You try to keep your hands moving, because if you stop, your mind will run. Then you hear it, a sound from above, muffled through stone. Music, distant but unmistakable. Drums, voices, laughter. Someone is celebrating. It hits you like a punch. Pharaoh's birthday. Of course it is. Of course your life is connected to someone else's party. Near evening, the cupbearer returns, not walked back in like a prisoner. Brought down to collect his things, maybe. Though what things does a prisoner have? A scrap of cloth, a memory, a smell that never leaves your skin. He looks different already. His posture is higher. His face is clean. Someone has given him linen that isn't stained with despair. His eyes land on you and he rushes over. He grips your shoulders and you can feel his hands trembling. It happened, he breathes. You nod, throat tight. His face twists. The baker, he starts, and he doesn't finish because he doesn't have to. You already knew. The guards, behind him, shift impatiently. Time is money, even in a prison, and this reunion is not on the schedule. The cupbearer looks at you, and for a heartbeat, it feels like the air changes, like a door opens in the wall. "I will speak," he says quickly. "I will." You search his face for any hint of lie. You don't see one. You see fear. You see gratitude. You see a man who has survived and is trying to hold on to whatever helped him survive. He squeezes your shoulders once and steps back. The guards usher him away. He goes up the stairs and out, into music and light and a life with soft beds and wine that doesn't taste like metal. The door shuts again. The prison exhales. Someone mutters, "Lucky." Someone else spits, because luck is a painful word down here. You return to your corner. You sit with your back against the wall and feel something in your chest that you haven't felt in a long time. A small, stubborn warmth. Hope. It's ridiculous, this hope. It's like lighting a match in a damp cave and expecting it to heat your whole body. But it's there. You start counting days. Not by drips now. By the idea that the cupbearer is out there. That he's walking near Pharaoh. That your name might be said in a room where decisions happen. Day 1, you're almost giddy. Day 2, you're calmer. By day 5, you're scanning every footstep on the stairs, every jingle of keys, every shift of guard voices. You picture the moment. A guard coming down, pointing at you. You, Hebrew, come. Your chains being removed, your feet touching sunlight. By the second week, your hope gets a little ragged around the edges. By the first month, it starts doing that thing where it shows up in the morning and disappears by afternoon. By the second month, you learn a new kind of waiting. The kind where you don't stop hoping because you can't, but you also don't fully believe because believing hurts more. The prison keeps being the prison. Someone new arrives screaming, then goes quiet. Someone old stops moving, and men step around him until guards drag him out like a sack of grain. The bread remains terrible. The smell remains ambitious. Your ankle remains angry. Seasons change above you, but down here you only notice because the air gets slightly colder or slightly wetter. The keeper still uses you. He trusts you with keys sometimes, which is absurd. A man in chains, holding keys in a pit. Life has a twisted sense of humor. You keep the peace when fights break out. You help distribute food, even though you'd love to throw the bowls at someone's head. You translate when new foreigners come in, because your Egyptian is better now. And that fact makes you tired in a way you can't explain. Time keeps going. The cupbearer does not return. No message comes down. No guard arrives with your name in his mouth. At first, you defend him in your mind. He's busy. He's adjusting. He's trying to survive palace politics. And you know, politics is just prison with nicer clothes. But the longer it goes, the thinner your defenses get. One day, you realize you haven't thought today is the day in a while. You've started thinking, maybe he forgot. That thought lands like a stone in your stomach. You try to shake it off. You go about your tasks. You wash a cup with gritty sand until your fingers ache. You carry water up and down, like you're trying to wear a path through stone. At night, when the prison quiets into its familiar chorus of coughs and murmurs, you lie on your side and stare at darkness. You think about your father's tent, the smell of wool, the snap of firewood, the sound of sheep shifting in the night like a living blanket. You think about your brothers' faces above a pit, chewing while they debated your death like it was a lunch topic. You think about Potiphar's house, the pool, the keys in your hand, the moment you thought you might build a life even in captivity. And now this, a pit with a roof, a ceiling that keeps you from even seeing stars. Hope starts to feel like another kind of chain, because it tugs, it pulls, it scrapes at you when you try to rest. Some days you wake up furious, not loud furious. You can't afford loud furious. A quiet, grinding fury that sits behind your ribs and makes your teeth clench. You do everything right. You don't fight. You don't steal. You don't sleep with the governor's wife, which honestly should earn you some kind of award. And still you're here, smelling mildew and human suffering, being handed responsibility like it's a treat. Other days you wake up numb. You go through motions like a man made of clay. You speak when spoken to. You move when ordered. You chew bread without tasting it. At some point, you stop counting days. Counting makes you expect. Expecting makes you ache. Time becomes one long grey rope. 2 full years pass like that. 2 years of watching men come and go. 2 years of being the reliable prisoner, the useful one. The one the keeper points at when he needs something done without drama. 2 years of hoping a cupbearer's promise wasn't just polite palace air. You change without noticing. Your shoulders thicken from hauling. Your hands roughen. Your face grows older around the eyes. You forget the exact sound of your mother's voice, and that thought makes you stare at the wall until your vision blurs. And then, one morning, the prison wakes wrong. Not louder, sharper. The guards are awake, not bored awake. You hear feet running on the stairs. You hear a key ring jangling like an angry metal snake. The keeper appears breathless, eyes wide, hair slightly out of place like he got yanked out of sleep by a fist. He scans the room and locks onto you. For a heartbeat, you don't move. You've rehearsed this moment so many times that your body doesn't believe it's real. He points, voice tight. You, he says. The word hits you, like a crack of light through the roof. Guards step forward. Chains clink. Hands reach for your arms, not cruel, just urgent. Urgent is new. You stand, legs unsteady, and the room tilts slightly, as if the pit itself is surprised. The keeper's mouth forms your name with difficulty, like it hasn't been used down here in a long time. Joseph, he says, and your stomach drops, because names mean you're being seen, and being seen can be rescue, or it can be the last thing that happens before everything changes again. And the prison, with its damp walls and its breathing darkness, keeps humming behind you as they pull you toward the stairs and whatever waits above. The stairs are colder than you expect. Not because Egypt is cold. Egypt is never cold. This is prison cold, the kind that lives in stone and damp, the kind that crawls up your calves like it wants to move in. A guard hauls you upward by the arm with the impatient tenderness of someone dragging a sack of grain that happens to have elbows. Your feet hit the next step, and your ankle chain gives its last little protest, clinking like it's offended you're trying to leave without it. The keeper is right behind you, breathing hard. His eyes keep flicking up the stairwell like something up there bites. You taste old air, mold, sweat, and lentils that died angry. Then you climb one more step and the smell changes. It's not better, it's just different. Up here, the air has oil in it. Cheap lamp oil, sweaty leather straps, dust warmed by daylight. It smells like people who are allowed to stand upright. Your eyes squint as light hits them, sharp and rude. You blink a few times like a cave animal being introduced to the concept of day. A guard barks something in Egyptian, too fast. You catch enough to understand the mood. Move faster, or we will invent a reason to hit you. Your mouth is dry. Your tongue feels like old cloth. You keep walking because stopping in Egypt has never gone well for you. They hustle you through corridors that don't feel like prison corridors. These walls aren't sweating. These stones aren't slimy. The floors aren't sticky with a film of human life. Your bare feet slap cleaner ground, and it almost feels obscene, like you should apologize to the floor for being you. A door opens and warm air rushes out, smelling like water and soap and that sharp, green bite of crushed herbs. One guard points at you and snaps a single word you don't need to translate. Wash. They shove you into a small bathing room, and for a second, you just stand there stunned, because the room is normal. Not prison normal, actual normal. There's a basin. There's a jar of oil. There are folded linens that don't look like they've been used to wipe up blood. A servant, thin, quick, eyes down, takes one look at you and does the tiniest flinch. It's polite, professional disgust. He's seen dirt before, but not the kind that's had 2 years to become part of a person's identity. He gestures at the basin with the brisk authority of someone who has bathed important men and is not impressed by your prison aesthetic. You step closer. The water is in a big bowl, and you can see your reflection in it, warped and shaky. Your face looks like it's been carved out of exhaustion. Your hair is a mess of knots and dust and whatever you've been using as a comb, which is mostly your fingers and regret. Your beard. Oh, the beard. It's not a stylish prophet beard. It's a man has been living next to a bathroom corner beard. The servant hands you a small cake of soap that smells like animal fat, pretending to be clean. You scrub anyway. Your hands move fast, frantic, like you're trying to rub prison off your skin in one go. Water turns cloudy. You pour it over your head, and it runs down your face and neck in cold rivulets, carrying grit into your eyes. You wipe your face with both hands, blinking, coughing. The servant makes a little noise and holds out more water. He's helping, but it's the kind of help that says, "We are on a schedule, and your trauma is not on it." Another servant arrives carrying a razor, not a nice one. a bronze blade that looks like it could shave you or sacrifice a goat, depending on the day. He takes your chin in his fingers and tilts your face toward the light, like you're a lamp he's inspecting. You tense. Your body remembers hands grabbing your cloak, grabbing your arms, grabbing your life. But these hands are efficient, not cruel. The blade scrapes your cheeks, and the sound is terrible, like dry reeds being cut. Hair falls into the basin in dark curls. Your skin underneath feels naked, too exposed, like you just took off armor. The servant moves fast, shaving your jaw, your upper lip, your neck. He nicks you once, and you hiss. He dabs it with a cloth and doesn't apologize. This is not an apology culture. Your hair is next. Egyptians like order. They like cleanliness. They like men to look like men who belong in palaces, not men who belong in holes. Someone pours water again and rubs your scalp with oil, slicking your hair down. Another servant takes shears and trims until your head feels lighter. Your whole body feels lighter, and it's alarming. Like you're being unmade and remade in 5 minutes. They thrust linen into your arms. Real linen. Smooth. Cool. It slides against your fingers like water. You hold it for a second too long, stunned by the softness. Then someone snaps at you and you pull it on. A clean tunic. A sash. Sandals that don't have prison grime fused into them. Your feet feel confused. They've been living the barefoot life for so long they don't trust comfort. A servant smears a little more oil on your wrists and neck. It smells sharp and sweet, like crushed leaves and resin and expensive decisions. You swallow. Your heart keeps hammering like it wants to escape through your throat. Outside the bathing room, guards are waiting. They look you up and down with the same expression you've seen on donkeys, assessing, impatient, slightly offended that you require effort. The keeper of the prison is there too, hands clasped, eyes wide. He looks like a man who knows he's about to be judged based on how quickly he delivers you. He leans in and speaks low, so only you can hear. "Pharaoh," he says. The word lands like a stone. Pharaoh, not Potiphar, not the captain, not a household official. The man whose voice moves armies. Your stomach drops. 2 years passed. Then one night, Pharaoh couldn't sleep. And because Pharaoh couldn't sleep, you, some Hebrew nobody with a history of unfortunate clothing incidents, are being scrubbed, shaved, and packaged like a gift no one asked for. You're marched down hallways that widen as you go. The air gets cooler, moving, like someone designed the building to let breath exist. Torches flicker in wall sconces, their smoke rising in thin lines instead of pooling on your face, like in the prison. Servants glide past with baskets, trays, scrolls, and the kind of calm you only get when you're not one wrong word away from getting punched. The floors turn smoother, then smoother again. At some point, you realize you're walking on stone so polished you can see a dull reflection of your feet. It's almost funny. You spent years staring at a prison wall that leaked sadness, and now you're about to slip on luxury. A door opens and sound spills out. Not loud sound, controlled sound, murmurs, sandals on stone, the faint clink of jewelry. You smell incense, heavy and sweet, mixed with fresh-cut flowers and the sweat of people trying not to sweat. That palace sweat is special. It's fear sweat in clean linen. The guard at your shoulder hisses, "Eyes down." You drop your gaze instantly. You've learned the hard way that pride gets you tossed into holes. They lead you into a big hall. You can feel its size even without looking. The air is different in big spaces, cooler and echoing, like the building is listening. Your footsteps sound too loud. Your sandals slap the floor and you want to apologize to the room. Somewhere ahead, Someone speaks in a voice that doesn't strain. It's not shouting. It doesn't need to. The whole space quiets around it like the air itself has been trained. A guard nudges you forward. You stop where they tell you to stop. Your forehead dips toward the floor in a bow that is both respect and survival. You keep your eyes down, but you can still see feet, sandals and hems of linen, gold glinting at the edges. The smell of perfume is stronger here, layered with incense. Your head spins with it. Pharaoh's voice comes again, closer now. Someone translates quickly, or maybe Pharaoh is speaking slowly enough for you to understand. "I have dreamed a dream," he says, and the irritation in his tone is carefully controlled. Royal annoyance, the kind that gets people killed politely. There is no one who can interpret it. You feel the room tighten. The court magicians are there, the wise men, the professional dream people, and apparently they have all stared into Pharaoh's dream and found nothing but panic. Pharaoh continues, "I have heard it said of you that you can understand a dream and interpret it." Your chest squeezes. You can feel eyes on you, hot and sharp. You can almost hear the cupbearer in the back of the room, swallowing hard, because this is his fault, technically. He finally remembered you. After 2 years of silence, he remembered you because Pharaoh started sleepwalking through his own anxiety. And now you're standing in a hall that smells like power. You lift your head just enough to speak. Your voice comes out steady, which surprises you. "It is not in me," you say. A ripple goes through the room. That's a risky sentence in front of a king. But it's also true. You've never controlled this. You've never owned it. God will give Pharaoh an answer of peace, you add. You say it carefully, like you're setting down a bowl that might shatter. For a moment, everything is still. Then Pharaoh gestures, impatient. "Fine, enough. Tell him." Pharaoh begins. His voice is measured, but you can hear the edge underneath it. This dream has been chewing on him. "In my dream," he says, "I stood by the Nile." Your mind flashes water, reeds, mud banks. The Nile isn't just a river here. It's life itself, crawling through Egypt like a vein. Pharaoh continues. 7 cows came up out of the river, good-looking and fat. The court murmurs softly. Fat cows are a blessing, a sign that the land is doing its job. Pharaoh's tone darkens. After them came 7 other cows, poor and very ugly and thin. You can see them in your mind without trying. All ribs and sharp hips, hides hanging like old sacks. The kind of animal that makes you angry to look at because it means someone failed somewhere. Pharaoh's jaw tightens, and the thin, ugly cows ate up the 7 fat cows. The room makes a small collective noise. Disgust, horror. Because that's not how cows work. It's the kind of detail that makes your skin prickle. Pharaoh continues, but when they had eaten them, no one would have known they had eaten them. He pauses. They were still as ugly as at the beginning. Silence falls heavier. You can hear a faint crackle of torch flame. Pharaoh shifts on his seat, and you can hear the scrape of something. Wood, gold, stone. He's not done. "I awoke," he says, like he's offended his own body forced him to wake up. Then he speaks again. "I fell asleep again, and I dreamed a second dream." Your stomach twists. 2 dreams, the same night. Your brain starts moving, pieces clicking together with that eerie certainty you felt before. Pharaoh's voice continues, calm but strained. 7 ears of grain came up on one stalk, plump and good. You see wheat, full heads heavy with promise, bending the stalk. After them came up 7 thin ears scorched by the east wind. The east wind in Egypt is nasty, hot, dry, the kind of wind that steals moisture from your mouth as you breathe. Pharaoh says, "The thin ears swallowed up the 7 good ears." He stops. He looks at the wise men and magicians like he's daring them to say something useful. "I told it to the magicians," he says, "but none could explain it to me." You feel the interpretation in you like a weight settling into place. It's not a riddle. It's not complicated. It's terrifying, but it's clear. You swallow. You lift your eyes a little more, enough to address Pharaoh without challenging him. "The dreams of Pharaoh are one," you say. Your voice echoes faintly in the hall. You can almost feel the room lean in, hungry. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. You pause just long enough for the words to land. 7 good cows are 7 years, you say. And 7 good ears are 7 years. It is one dream. Pharaoh's face is hard to read from where you stand, but you sense his attention sharpen. You continue, because the meaning is coming out of you like water through a broken jar. The 7 thin and ugly cows that came up after them are 7 years, you say. And the 7 empty ears scorched by the east wind are 7 years of famine. A murmur spreads through the hall, quick and nervous. Famine. Even in a palace, that word tastes like dust. You keep going. The 7 years of a great abundance are coming, you say. And even that part doesn't feel cheerful, because you can already see what follows. After them will arise 7 years of famine. Your tongue feels heavy. All the abundance will be forgotten in the land of Egypt. You hear someone inhale sharply. The famine will consume the land, you say, and the abundance will not be known in the land, because the famine will be very severe. You feel the room go quiet in a different way. Not confusion now, recognition, fear that makes sense. Pharaoh's dream wasn't nonsense. It was a warning. You take a breath. You didn't come here to impress anyone. You came here because you were dragged out of prison and tossed into the center of a nightmare. But the meaning keeps unfolding, and it comes with something else, something practical. Something that feels like a door. The doubling of Pharaoh's dream, you say, means the thing is fixed. You swallow again. And God will shortly bring it about. You should stop there. You've interpreted it. Job done. Send you back to your hole. Except your mouth opens again before your fear can stop it. Now therefore, you say, and you hear a few people stiffen at the audacity of a prisoner giving Pharaoh advice. Let Pharaoh select a man who is discerning and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. The words keep coming. Let Pharaoh appoint overseers over the land, you say. Take 1/5 of the produce of the land of Egypt during the 7 plenteous years. You can see it. Storehouses, scribes, grain piled like sand dunes. You continue, voice steady. Let them gather all the food of these good years that are coming, you say, and store up grain under the authority of Pharaoh. Let them keep it for food in the cities. Your heart is pounding. You feel like you're balancing on the edge of a roof. You finish, quieter. That food shall be a reserve for the land against the 7 years of famine, you say, so the land may not perish. The hall is silent. It's the kind of silence where you can hear your own heartbeat in your ears. Pharaoh doesn't speak immediately. He looks around at his officials. You don't lift your head fully, but you can sense the movement. People shifting, glancing at each other, deciding whose opinion will keep them alive. Somewhere, the cupbearer probably looks like he wants to crawl into a jar and hide. Pharaoh speaks at last, and when he does, it's not to you. He addresses the court. Can we find a man like this, he says, in whom is the Spirit of God? The words hit you wrong, not because they're insulting, because they're Impossible. You are still, in your body, the man who slept on stone. You're still the man who learned to ignore the smell of open wounds and the sound of men sobbing in the dark. You're still the man who ate construction bread. And Pharaoh is talking about you like you're an answer. Pharaoh turns his attention back to you, and the air tightens around his gaze. Inasmuch as God has shown you all this, he says, there is none so discerning and wise as you. Your stomach drops through the floor. He continues, voice steady, like he's reading a list. You shall be over my house, he says. All my people shall order themselves as you command. He pauses, and the pause is heavy. Only as regards the throne will I be greater than you. Your brain tries to reject the sentence. It bounces off your skull like a stone. This is wrong. This is too fast. This is a trap. You wait for someone to laugh. No one laughs. Pharaoh's face doesn't change. He speaks again, louder, for everyone. See, I have set you over all the land of Egypt. A servant steps forward, holding something small and heavy on a cushion. You know what it is before you see it clearly. A ring, Pharaoh's signet ring, the thing that turns words into law. Pharaoh takes it and slides it onto your hand. The metal is cool, weighty, real. It sits on your finger like a shackle made of gold. Then Pharaoh reaches for another ornament and places it around your neck. A gold chain, thick and bright. It settles on your collarbones, and you feel the absurdity of it. 2 minutes ago, you had prison grime under your nails. Now you're wearing jewelry that could feed a village. Servants bring fine linen garments and place them over your shoulders. The fabric is so soft it almost hurts. It whispers against your skin. Someone drapes it just right, adjusting you like a statue. Pharaoh speaks again. I am Pharaoh, he says, and without your consent no one shall lift up hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. You can't breathe properly. Your lungs are trying, but your body doesn't know what this kind of air is. A servant steps forward and says something. Pharaoh answers, and the servant turns to you. A new name is spoken over you. Egyptian syllables that feel strange in your mouth even as you hear them. A palace name. A name that belongs to someone who isn't you. Someone announces it to the room loud and official, like they're sealing you into a different life. Pharaoh gestures again, and you are guided away from where you've been standing. Not dragged, guided. It's worse in a way. Guards and servants move around you like you're delicate, like you're important, like you can break. They lead you out of the hall. Your legs are moving, but your mind is lagging behind. You keep expecting a guard to shout, "Joke's over," and shove you back down the stairs. Instead, you're brought to a chariot. Not a cart, a chariot. Polished wood, leather straps, metal fittings that catch the sunlight. Horses snort and stamp, their coats gleaming, muscles shifting under skin like living machinery. The driver looks at you once, carefully, like he's trying to figure out how a former prisoner is supposed to sit. A servant gestures for you to climb in. Your sandals touch the step, and you hesitate for a heartbeat. Then you step up and sit, linen folding under you. The driver clicks his tongue, and the horses move. The chariot rolls forward, wheels humming over stone. You pass through palace gates into the city. Egypt slams into you again, but different this time. Not slave Egypt, not prison Egypt. This is official Egypt, the Egypt that performs for itself. You smell fresh bread baking somewhere, sweet and yeasty, and your stomach lurches with sudden hunger. You smell fish and river mud and hot stone. You hear vendors calling, children shrieking, donkeys braying like they've been personally insulted by the concept of governance. People turn to look, Not because you're handsome, because you're in Pharaoh's second chariot, because that means something. A herald runs ahead, shouting in a loud, practiced voice, "Bow the knee." The words echo off walls. People drop to their knees as you pass. They press their foreheads to the ground. Some look up quickly, trying to see your face, then look down again like they remembered they like having heads. You sit there stiffly, hands gripping the edge of the chariot. This is not triumph. This is vertigo. You keep thinking about the prison, about the wall that leaked, about the corner no one looked at directly, and now strangers are kneeling because you rode past them. It feels wrong, like you stole someone else's life. The chariot continues through streets, past temples with towering columns. Statues stare down at you with stone eyes. You pass pools, gardens, courtyards where palm fronds sway lazily, like they've never known desperation. Eventually, the chariot slows near administrative buildings. Scribes in clean linen stand in clusters, holding reeds and wax tablets, watching you with cautious curiosity. Their faces say the same thing. What is happening? You are brought into a room that smells like papyrus and ink and old decisions. Tables, scrolls, baskets, seals. A whole life of management lives here, humming quietly. An official steps forward and bows. He speaks quickly, respectfully. You catch enough to understand that the machine of Egypt is already turning toward you. You are now the hand on the lever. Your mouth is dry again, but not from prison, from the sheer weight of what just happened. You nod slowly, because nodding is safe. Someone brings you water in a cup that is not chipped. It tastes like clean river water, and your throat tightens when you swallow. Not because it's emotional, because your body forgot water could taste like this. The next days are a blur that never fully becomes clear. You are introduced to officials, overseers, storehouse managers, men who have spent their whole lives learning how to move grain from field to city without it rotting, being stolen, or being misplaced into their cousin's pantry. They look at you like you're a storm that wandered into a meeting. Some are polite, some are stiff, some smile too much, the way people do when they're calculating. You speak carefully. You listen more than you speak. You ask questions that reveal where the grain goes, how much is harvested, who counts it, who guards it, who lies about it. You learn quickly that Egypt runs on paperwork and fear, also on mud, so much mud, because the Nile floods, retreats, leaves rich silt. Fields stretch out, green and thick. The air near the river smells alive. Wet earth, plants, water plants, fish, dung, sweat. You ride out to see the land you've been put in charge of. It spreads wider than your mind can hold. Villages, canals, fields. You see farmers with bare backs shining with sweat, hands moving fast, pulling weeds, tending stalks. You see children chasing birds away, waving sticks, yelling, laughing. You see the river, glinting in the sun, calm and smug, like it knows it can make everyone panic whenever it wants. And the abundance begins. The first year, crops come in heavy. Grain heads are thick, bending stalks until they almost snap. Harvesters move through fields with sickles, cutting, bundling, stacking. The air fills with the dry, dusty smell of grain being handled, chaff flying, scratching throats. People cough and wipe their faces and keep working. Wagons and carts and donkeys haul loads toward cities. Your plan begins to live in the world. 1/5. Measure it, count it, store it. Scribes sit with tablets, recording. Their hands stain with ink. Their wrists cramp. They complain quietly like men who have never carried water for prisoners. Storehouses are built or expanded. Big brick structures with thick walls, shaded interiors. You step inside one and the smell hits you like a wave. Dry grain smell, dust, heat trapped under a roof. It's not unpleasant at first. It smells like food. It smells like life. After a while, it smells like too much, like the abundance is almost obscene. Grain pours in like sand. It piles up, golden and pale, mounded in corners. Workers shovel it, level it, cover it. Rats appear, because rats are the one creature in Egypt that does not respect Pharaoh. Cats appear too, sleek and smug, doing their job like they invented it. Guards are stationed, seals are used, doors are barred. You walk through these storehouses with officials at your side. You touch the grain with your fingers sometimes, feeling it run over your skin. It's real. It's not a dream. You are building a reserve against a future you can already taste, dry and hungry and angry. The second year is the same, only bigger, more grain, more noise, more paperwork, more people muttering your new Egyptian name and trying to decide whether they love you or fear you more. The third year, the abundance becomes normal, and that's the strangest part. People adapt fast. They start assuming the fat cows are permanent. They start complaining about minor inconveniences again, because humans are built like that. You watch it happen and feel a cold little knot in your chest. You remember prison. You remember how quickly misery became routine. Now you're watching plenty become routine, and you know what's coming. You keep ordering grain collected. You keep pushing for storehouses. You keep walking through fields, watching harvests. Your days are filled with voices, reports, arguments, numbers, requests. Your nights are quieter but not peaceful. You sleep in clean rooms now, beds with actual padding, sheets. The first time you lie down, your body doesn't trust it. It waits for stone. It waits for the ache. But the bed holds you, soft and steady, and you almost hate it for being kind. Palace life brings its own kind of suffocation. Servants are always near, always watching, always ready to bring water, food, oil, clothing. Privacy is still a myth. It's just a better dressed myth. One day, an official informs you of something like he's announcing the weather. Pharaoh has arranged a wife for you. Of course he has. Because in Egypt, power is not complete until it has paperwork, titles, and a household. You meet her in a courtyard where the air smells like lotus and stone warmed by sun. She is poised, clean. Jewelry glints at her ears, her wrists. Her eyes are sharp, not cruel, watchful. Her name is Asenath. She is the daughter of a priest, and that fact hangs in the air like incense. You feel out of place next to her, even in your linen. Not because you're dirty now, because you are stitched together from too many lives. Canaan boy, slave, prisoner, now administrator. She looks at you with the careful gaze of someone who understands that marriages in palaces aren't about romance. They're about stability, about alliances, about keeping the machine from shaking. Your life becomes stranger still. You attend ceremonies where people chant words you don't believe. You stand politely. You keep your face calm. You eat foods you never ate in your father's tents. Fish cooked with herbs, cakes sweetened with honey, fruits that drip juice down your wrist. You also eat too fast sometimes. Old habits, prison habits. Your stomach doesn't forget 2 years of scarcity just because you have servants now. The years keep rolling. Year 4, year 5. The abundance is almost comical. Grain is everywhere. The storehouses swell. At a certain point, scribes stop pretending they can count it all. The numbers get too big. You hear reports like, "It is like the sand of the sea." That's not accounting. That's surrender. You still run the system. You still set overseers. You still inspect. You still seal. You still punish theft when you find it, because famine will not be kind to people who skim now. You become a man who makes decisions that make other men sweat. It's a strange feeling. You didn't ask for it. It arrives anyway. During the years of plenty, Asenath gives birth, a son. They place the baby in your arms and he is small, warm, squirming, smelling like milk and oil and new skin. His little hand grips your finger with shocking strength. You stare at him, throat tight, and feel something inside you shift. It's not joy like a feast. It's deeper. It's relief with teeth marks. You name him Manasseh, because God has made you forget all your hardship and all your father's house. The name tastes bitter and sweet at the same time, because you haven't forgotten, not really. You just don't live in it every second anymore. The next child comes later, another son, another warm weight in your arms, another tiny face scrunching up in protest at being alive in a world with bright light. You name him Ephraim, because God has made you fruitful in the land of your affliction. You say the words and you almost laugh, quietly, because it's absurd. Fruitful, in the land that took you, in the land that swallowed you and spit you out with a gold chain. Egypt remains Egypt. The Nile rises, retreats. Fields green, harvests swell. Your storehouses stand full. 7 years pass, and you feel the shift before anyone else names it. The air changes. The wind comes from the east more often, hot and dry. The river behaves differently. Farmers squint at fields. Harvests come in lighter. Men who used to brag about grain now speak softer. You walk through a field and rub a grain head between your fingers. It's thinner. Not empty, but not proud. Your stomach tightens. In your mind, you see cows again. Fat cows, thin cows, and the thin cows, always hungry. The first year of famine arrives like a thief who doesn't bother being quiet. Prices shift, markets tighten. People start stretching flour, mixing it with whatever they can grind. Bread changes texture. It becomes heavier, coarser, with that gritty feel between your teeth again. Not prison bread, but moving in that direction. Then the hunger spreads outward. Not just Egypt. Other lands begin to wither. Canaan, Syria, places you haven't seen in years, places you still see at night when you close your eyes. Reports come in. People are hungry. People are coming. Pharaoh sends for you, not in a panic now, in a grim, controlled way. The same way he spoke about his dreams. You stand before him again, and it's strange how familiar the hall feels now. Still huge, still heavy with incense and power. But you are not the same man who walked in freshly shaved, blinking like a startled animal. Pharaoh listens as officials speak. Then he says what he always says when he wants the world to obey. Go to Joseph, he tells them. What he says to you, do. And just like that, the storehouses you filled begin to open. Seals are broken. Doors swing wide. The smell of stored grain rolls out in a warm, dusty wave. Workers shovel, measure, pour. People line up. They hold sacks, baskets, cloth bundles. Faces are tighter now. Eyes are sharper. When people are hungry, their manners get thin fast. You stand at the edge of it all, watching grain become life. You feel the weight of the dream's meaning again, not as a puzzle, as a reality. You built this, not alone, not by your own strength, but your hands and voice were used. And now the famine is real, and the storehouses are real, and the line of hungry people stretches longer each day. Caravans begin arriving from outside Egypt. Foreign tongues fill the air near the distribution points. Donkeys bray under loads. Men argue over measures. Women clutch children close. The world narrows into one desperate motion. Come, buy, survive. You watch the gates. You watch the road dust rising in the distance. You watch the line shuffle forward. And you know, deep in your bones, you haven't reached the strangest part yet. Because famine doesn't just bring hunger, it brings people. And somewhere out there beyond the river and the fields and the storehouses, the land you came from is drying out too. The same sun that ripens grain is now burning it away. The same wind that cools sweat is now stealing moisture from mouths. And the road into Egypt stays busy day after day as the world leans toward the only place with full granaries and the only man with keys to open them. 7 years of plenty ended. The famine began. And then, one ordinary morning in the grain distribution line, you looked up and saw ghosts. Not the floaty kind, the kind with elbows. The courtyard outside the storehouses is a living organism now, breathing dust and desperation. Grain dust hangs in the air like someone shook out 1,000 old rugs. Donkeys complain from every direction, which is fair, because donkeys always look like they've just been given another unpaid job. People crowd forward with sacks, baskets, clay jars, whatever will hold a scoop of survival. You stand where the officials stand, under a bit of shade that feels like a personal luxury. Scribes hover nearby with their reed pens, ready to turn human hunger into tidy lines of ink. Guards shift their weight, hands on sticks, doing that bored, dangerous thing men do when they've been told to keep order. Your linen is clean. Your chain is gold. Your signet ring is heavy. Your insides are not clean, because the line keeps moving, and your eyes keep scanning faces, foreign tongues, sunburned cheeks, cracked lips, and you keep thinking about Canaan drying out like old leather. Then you see them. 10 men step forward together, and your body knows them before your mind will admit it. The shape of shoulders, the way one of them squints like he's trying to bully the sunlight, the way another hangs back half a step, like trouble is a thing that finds him easily. They're older now, weathered, thinner than they should be, still them. For a second, the whole courtyard narrows to one tight point, like the world is holding its breath. They don't recognize you. Of course they don't. You're dressed like Egypt now, shaved and oiled and wrapped in linen that costs more than a goat herd. You stand with guards. You speak their language. You have a title that makes men bow before they remember they have knees, and they do bow. All 10 of them, bending low to the ground in front of you, foreheads dipping the way hungry men dip when the choice is humility or death. Your stomach flips. That dream from your childhood, your own stupid mouth telling it at breakfast like it was party gossip, shows up uninvited and sits down in your chest. You feel it settle there heavy and hot. You stare at the tops of their heads. The courtyard noise blurs into a low roar. Someone coughs. A donkey sneezes like it's offended by the concept of famine. Grain trickles somewhere, a soft hiss as measures pour into sacks. Your brothers lift their faces again, careful, respectful, terrified of doing anything wrong. They look at you like you're a wall. You look at them like you're 10 years old again, and your heart is falling into a pit. You force your face to stay calm. This is the part where you discover you can be powerful and still feel like you're going to throw up. You don't speak to them in their language. You speak Egyptian, sharp and official, letting an interpreter handle the words like tongs. It gives you distance. Distance is oxygen. Your voice comes out harder than you expect, like you've been storing it up for years. Where do you come from? The interpreter spits it into their tongue, and all 10 of them answer fast, eager, from the land of Canaan, to buy food. Canaan. The word tastes like dust and sheep and your father's tent. It tastes like mornings that used to be simple. You keep your expression flat. You let your eyes move over them like you're inspecting livestock, which is awful, because that's what you were once. Property, inventory, a man someone bought and used. Your jaw tightens. You decide you're not going to cry in a grain courtyard, not in front of guards and scribes and 10 men who used to argue about killing you while chewing their lunch. You lean slightly forward. You are spies, you say, through the interpreter, and it lands like a slap. You have come to see the nakedness of the land. Their faces change immediately. Confusion, alarm, offense. They start talking over each other, hands lifting, palms out, the universal gesture for please don't turn this into a public execution. No, my lord, they say. Your servants have come to buy food. You watch their eyes flicker, trying to read you. They can't. It's strange, wearing a face they don't know. It's like standing behind a mask and realizing how safe cruelty can feel. You keep going anyway. No, you say. You have come to see the nakedness of the land. The interpreter repeats it, and the words sound even nastier in their tongue. The guards at your side shift their stance, pleased to have a problem. Guards love a problem. A problem means permission. Your brothers' voices rise, desperate. We are all sons of one man, they insist. We are honest men. Your servants are not spies. Honest men. You almost laugh. It sits in your throat like a bone. You let the silence stretch, letting them sweat in it. Their faces are dust-streaked. Their lips are cracked. Their eyes have that hollow edge hunger gives people. The look that says they've been watching children eat less, so adults can eat at all. And still, you remember hands shoving you toward a well. You remember laughing voices above you. You remember a coat torn and dipped in blood. You tilt your head slightly. You say it again because your heart is meaner than you want it to be. No, you are spies. They start swearing by God, by their father, by anything they can grab. Words tumble out of them, urgent and messy. And then one of them says something that hooks under your ribs and yanks. We are 12 brothers, they blurt, sons of one man in the land of Canaan. The youngest is with our father today, and one is no more. One is no more. Your breath catches in a way you can feel behind your eyes. No more, as if you evaporated, as if you were a piece of broken pottery swept into a trash pit. Your face stays still, because you have learned how to survive with your emotions locked in a room. But inside something shifts. The youngest is with our father, Benjamin. So he's alive. Your father is alive. Your brothers have been carrying a story all these years, and in their story, you're simply gone. You nod slowly, as if confirming your own suspicion. It is as I said, you tell them. You are spies. They look stricken, mouths half open, dust on their teeth. You could stop. You could reveal yourself right there, end it, pull them out of the nightmare. But your hands don't move that way. Not yet. You feel the old ache of being powerless. You feel the new terrifying power of being able to hurt them back. You point, and the guards step forward like dogs finally let off the leash. By the life of Pharaoh, you say, loud enough for the nearby scribes to hear, you shall not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. The interpreter relays it, and 10 faces drain of color. Send one of you, you continue, voice cold, and let him bring your brother. You shall be kept in custody. Custody is a polite word. It sounds like a paperwork problem. But you know what Egyptian custody feels like. You know stone. You know darkness. You know the smell of men pressed together with no hope. The guards close in. Your brothers protest, voices rising, but it doesn't matter. They are shoved forward, herded away. For a moment, you see them from the side as they stumble, and it's like watching your past walk away in chains. They disappear through a doorway. The courtyard noise resumes, like nothing happened. Grain keeps pouring. Donkeys keep complaining. Scribes keep writing. You stand there still as a carved statue, and your chest burns. 3 days. That's how long you leave them there. Not because 3 days is a magical number, because 3 days is long enough for the smell of fear to settle into a man's clothes. Long enough for sleep to become thin and ugly. Long enough for someone to start whispering, "We are going to die here." You know, you've lived it. On the 3rd day, you order them brought out. They shuffle into the light squinting, beards rough, faces tight. Their clothes smell like sweat and stale breath and that sour tang of men who have been packed into stone. One of them limps slightly. You keep your face hard. You speak through the interpreter again, like you're afraid your own language will betray you. "This do, and you will live," you tell them, "for I fear God." The words come out and surprise you with their weight. You mean them. You don't want them dead. You want something else. You want to know who they are now. "If you are honest men," you continue, "let one of your brothers remain confined. You go, carry grain for the famine of your households." They lean forward, hungry for mercy, terrified, to hope. "Bring your youngest brother to me," you say, "so your words will be verified, and you shall not die." The interpreter spits it out. Benjamin's name isn't said, but it hangs there. They nod quickly, too quickly. They'll do anything. They agree. Then they start talking among themselves in their own tongue, forgetting for a moment that you can understand. This is the part where you find out what guilt sounds like after 20 years. "Truly, we are guilty concerning our brother," one of them says, voice thick. "We saw the distress of his soul when he begged us, and we did not listen." The courtyard tilts. Begged. You remember shouting up at them. You remember your throat raw. You remember hands gripping the stone wall of the cistern slick with old slime. You swallow hard. Another voice answers, bitter. "That is why this distress has come upon us." Reuben. Of course it's Reuben, the oldest, the one who talked big and still failed. "Did I not tell you not to sin against the boy?" he snaps. "But you did not listen. So now there comes a reckoning for his blood." Your ears ring. Boy, as if you were a lamb they mishandled, as if your life was a mistake they regret like a bad bargain. They don't know you can understand. They don't know you're standing right there, holding their words like stones in your hands. Your eyes sting. You turn away abruptly, pretending to check something with a scribe, because if you stand there one more second, you're going to make a sound. And if you make a sound, you might say their names the way you used to. You walk a few steps, breath tight. You let your face crumple for half a heartbeat, where no one can see. Then you turn back. You give an order. The guard sees Simeon. It happens fast. Hands grab his arms. He jerks, startled, then angry. Chains clink. His brothers shout, crowding forward, but spear points and sticks keep them back. Simeon twists his head toward you, eyes furious. He doesn't recognize you. He just sees an Egyptian official ruining his life. The guards bind him right there in front of them, the metal biting into skin. You watch it happen, jaw clenched so hard it hurts. You tell yourself this is a test. You tell yourself you need to know if they will abandon him the way they abandoned you. You tell yourself a lot of things. Simeon is dragged away, his protests fading into the courtyard noise. Your remaining brothers stand in a stunned cluster, breathing hard, eyes darting like trapped animals. You soften your voice a fraction, just enough to keep them moving. Go, you tell them. Take grain. They stumble away to the loading area where sacks are filled under guard supervision. Grain pours into their containers with that soft rush like dry rain. They watch it with reverence and fear. You give quiet instructions to your servants, careful and low. Fill their sacks, as much as they can carry, and put each man's money back in the mouth of his sack. It's not kindness, not entirely. It's a stone you're placing in their path to see how they step. The servants glance at you, surprised, but they obey. They're palace trained. They don't ask why. They just do the weird thing and pretend it's normal. Your brothers load their donkeys, straps creaking, sacks bulging. They look like men trying to haul their whole future on animal backs. Before they leave, one of them turns, tentative. "My lord," he says, and the title hits you like grit in a wound. "We will return with our youngest brother." You nod once. They go. Dust rises behind them as they pass through the gate. 10 shadows stretched long across the road. You stand there watching the empty space where they were. Your ring feels too heavy. Your chain feels like a joke. Back in your chambers that night, you eat dinner off clean plates while your mind is somewhere else entirely. The food tastes like nothing. You keep seeing Simeon's face as the chains went on. You keep hearing, "One is no more." You sleep, but it's the kind of sleep that doesn't repair anything. It just turns the lights off for a while. Out on the road, your brothers make camp. You're not there, but you can see it easily, because camp is camp anywhere. Fire smoke, animal breath, men sitting close because the night has teeth. One of them opens a sack to feed his donkey, and the whole group freezes. The money is there. Silver, tucked right at the top, like a trap with a bow on it. You can practically hear their hearts slam against their ribs. Panic hits hard because this is Egypt. This is the land where misunderstandings get you beaten, imprisoned, or worse. They start talking fast, voices sharp with fear. "What is this God has done to us?" someone says, and it's not a theology statement. It's the sound of a man staring into a pit. They keep riding. Every jolt of the donkeys makes the silver clink inside the sacks. That bright little sound of accusation. By the time they reach Canaan, they're half-starved and fully terrified. You picture them walking up to your father's tent, dust-streaked, eyes haunted, carrying grain and dread. Jacob, Israel, looks up and sees 10 sons where 11 should be. His face tightens immediately. Fathers count. Fathers always count. They start explaining all at once, like children who broke something expensive. They tell him about the Egyptian lord, severe and suspicious. They tell him about the accusations of spying. They tell him Simeon is held. They tell him the only way back is with the youngest. Benjamin. Your father's reaction is exactly what you expect, because you know that man's grief has grooves worn into it. "You have bereaved me of my children," he says, voice cracking. "Joseph is no more. Simeon is no more. And now you would take Benjamin." The words are sharp enough to cut. Reuben, in a burst of desperate stupidity, offers his own sons as collateral, which is a terrible offer and honestly insulting. Jacob refuses. Of course he does. Benjamin stays. Time drags forward. The famine doesn't take breaks for family drama. The grain runs low. The bread gets smaller. The stew gets thinner. The children's cheeks hollow. And nobody says it out loud, but everyone sees it. Eventually, your father's pride and fear have to bow to hunger, the way everything bows to hunger. "Go again," Jacob says, voice tired. "Buy us a little food." Your brothers stand there trapped. Judah steps forward. Judah, you remember him most clearly because he was the one with the idea, the one who said selling you was better than killing you. He speaks to your father with a firmness that surprises even them. The man solemnly warned us, Judah says. You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. Jacob's jaw tightens. He tries bargaining, like grief can be negotiated with. Why did you treat me so badly, he demands, as to tell the man you had another brother? Your brothers protest, exhausted. He asked, we answered. We didn't know he would demand him. The tent fills with that thick, stale air of family arguments that have been circling for decades. Finally, Judah speaks again, voice low. Send the boy with me, he says. We will arise and go, that we may live and not die. He pauses, and there's a weight behind the next words. I will be a pledge of his safety, Judah says. From my hand you shall require him. Your father stares at him for a long time. Then, with the reluctance of a man tearing off his own skin, Jacob agrees. But he does it like a negotiator. He packs gifts, balm, honey, gum, myrrh, pistachios, almonds, Canaan's little luxuries, scraped together like an offering. He tells them to take double money, to return what was found in their sacks. He blesses them with the kind of trembling hope that sounds like a man speaking into a storm. They leave. This time Benjamin is with them. Benjamin, the brother you haven't seen since he was small, the last living piece of your mother, Rachel. The road to Egypt is long, and the days are the same. Dust, sun, sore feet, sore tempers, water skins that taste like leather and regret. When they reach Egypt, they come to the distribution place again, and this time you see 11. Your eyes snap to the youngest immediately. Benjamin is not a boy anymore. He's a man, but he has Rachel's face in the shape of his eyes, the tilt of his brow. It's like seeing your mother's ghost in sunlight. Your throat tightens so fast it feels like you're choking. You turn slightly, a quick movement that looks like authority, but is actually you trying not to fall apart in public. Your steward steps up beside you, waiting for instruction. You keep your voice steady, controlled. Bring the men to my house, you tell him. Slaughter an animal and make ready. The men will dine with me at noon. The steward blinks. Foreigners don't dine with the second man in Egypt. Foreigners stand in lines and get measured grain and leave. But he nods, because he's learned you're kind of strange. Your brothers hear they're being taken to your house and immediately panic, because of course they do. This is how guilty people live. Every kindness looks like a trap. They're brought through streets that feel too grand for their dusty sandals. They clutch their gifts like shields. At your house gate, they corner your steward, voices rushing. Please, my lord, they say. We came down the first time to buy food, but when we came to the lodging place and opened our sacks, there was our money. They pull out the silver, hands shaking, trying to prove they aren't thieves. The steward looks at them like they are the most exhausting animals he's ever been asked to herd. Peace to you, he says, calm as a pond. Do not be afraid. He shrugs, as if the whole thing is simple. Your God and the God of your father has put treasure in your sacks, he tells them. I received your money. You can almost see their brains short-circuit. They don't know what to do with mercy that doesn't immediately come with a demand. Then the steward brings Simeon out. Simeon, alive, unbeaten as far as they can tell, still glaring like a man who would bite someone if given time. Their relief is messy and loud. Servants lead them inside. Water is brought for their feet, because Egypt loves foot washing the way Egypt loves making people feel their dirt. The water turns brown immediately, and a servant pretends not to notice. Their donkeys are fed. They are placed in a waiting area with clean floors and an uncomfortable amount of calm. They arrange their gifts nervously, stacking them like they're building a tiny altar to not dying. You arrive at noon. Servants announce you, and the room snaps to attention. Your brothers bow, or again, 11 heads dipping low. You feel it in your bones. Dreams have a sick sense of humor. You ask about their well-being, like a polite official, because if you speak like a brother, you might break. Is your father well? You ask, voice even. The old man of whom you spoke, is he still alive? Their faces lift slightly, cautious. Your servant, our father, is well, they answer. He is still alive. The words hit you like water on parched ground. Alive. Your father is alive. You look at Benjamin. He stands slightly behind the others, respectful, eyes lowered, playing the role his brothers told him to play. He has no idea who you are. No idea he's standing in front of the brother he's been told is dead. You force your voice to stay steady. Is this your youngest brother? You ask, as if you don't already know, of whom you spoke to me. They nod quickly. You look directly at Benjamin, and for a moment your chest aches so hard it feels like it might split. God be gracious to you, my son, you say. The words come out warmer than you intend. Your brothers don't notice. They just stand there, tense, but you feel your control slipping. You turn away abruptly and stride toward another room, because your eyes are burning and you are not about to weep in front of men who once watched you beg. You get into the privacy of an inner chamber and your breath shudders out of you. Is the same old grief still alive, just wearing different clothes? You wipe your face quickly, angry at your own body, angry that it still remembers. Then you wash your face with water that smells faintly of herbs, and you straighten your linen like you're putting armor back on. You return to the dining room. The meal is served, and it is frankly absurd. Egyptian dishes come out on trays: bread, roasted meat, stewed vegetables, dates, maybe fish seasoned with herbs. The smell is rich and heavy, the kind of smell that makes a hungry man's eyes go wide. Your brothers are seated separately from you, because Egyptians don't eat with Hebrews. Apparently sharing a meal is too intimate, but whipping foreigners is fine. Cultures are always consistent like that. You sit at your table, trying to look relaxed. Inside you feel like a man holding a jar full of bees. Then you do something you've been wanting to do since the moment you saw them. You tell the servants to seat the brothers in order, oldest to youngest. They shuffle into place, and as they realize what's happening, their eyes widen in horror. Because you shouldn't know this. No Egyptian official should glance at 11 strangers and arrange their birth order like a party trick. They stare at each other, silent, faces tight with that creeping fear that says, "We are not dealing with a normal man." You take a bite of food you don't taste. You signal for portions to be brought from your table to theirs, a gesture of honor. The servants carry plates over, setting food before each brother. It's generous. Then Benjamin's portion comes. It is 5 times as much as the others, 5 times the meat, 5 times the bread, 5 times the attention. Your brothers watch it happen, and you watch them watch it. This is the test, quiet and cruel. Do they flinch? Do they bristle? Do their eyes harden with that old, familiar resentment? Because once upon a time, a coat was enough to make them hate you. Now it's a mountain of food in front of the youngest. You see surprise, yes, confusion, but not that sharp, poisonous envy. Not yet. They drink and eat. The room loosens a little. Laughter bubbles up from men who haven't laughed in a long time, because full bellies are persuasive. For a moment, It almost feels like a normal feast. Almost. But you're not here for almost. When the meal ends and they prepare to leave, you call your steward again. Your voice is quiet. Fill their sacks with food, as much as they can carry. Put each man's money in the mouth of his sack, and your throat tightens as you say it. Put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the youngest sack, with his grain money. The steward's eyes flick up, surprised. He doesn't question you. He just bows and goes. By morning, your brothers are sent away. They leave the city with donkeys loaded heavy, sacks tied tight, the road ahead bright with sun. You watch them go from a distance. Your chest feels hollow. This is the part where your power turns ugly, not because you want their money, because you want to know what kind of men they are when the cost is high, when the scapegoat is the youngest, when the choice is between saving themselves or sacrificing another son of Rachel. They get only a little way out of the city before you send your steward after them. He rides hard, dust kicking up behind him. Guards accompany him, because accusations land better when they have spears. He catches them on the road and shouts, voice sharp, "Why have you repaid evil for good?" Your brothers jerk their donkeys to a stop, turning, alarmed. "Why have you stolen my lord's silver cup?" the steward demands. "Is it not from this that he drinks, and by this that he practices divination?" Your brothers look genuinely shocked. They start protesting immediately, voices overlapping, hands out. "Why does my lord speak such words?" they cry. "Far be it from your servants to do such a thing." They swear they would never. They remind him they brought back the money from before. They talk fast, desperate, trying to outrun the fear. Then one of them, in a burst of doomed confidence, says the worst possible thing. "Whichever of your servants is found with it shall die," he declares, "and we also will be my lord's servants." The steward's expression says, "Perfect. Love this energy. You're going to hate how this ends." He answers coolly. "Let it be as you say," he replies. "He who is found with it shall be my servant. The rest shall be innocent." Your brothers scramble down from their donkeys, hands shaking as they untie sacks. They set them on the ground and start opening them one by one. The road is quiet except for the rough sound of cloth and rope and the occasional donkey shifting impatiently. The search begins with the oldest. First sack, grain, money. Second sack, grain, money. Third sack, grain, money. With each sack, their relief grows, and with each sack, the terror concentrates tighter around the youngest. You aren't there, but you can see it anyway, because you know exactly how dread moves through a group. It's like a cold wind that keeps changing direction. Finally, Benjamin's sack is opened. The steward reaches in, slow, theatrical, like he's pulling a rabbit from a hat at a party no one wanted to attend. And out comes the cup, silver flashing in the sun. Your cup, the one that sat at your table hours ago. The road explodes in sound. Your brothers cry out like wounded animals. Hands go to heads. Someone staggers back a step. Benjamin stands frozen, face gone blank with shock, like his soul just left the room. Then, one by one, your brothers tear their clothes. The sound of fabric ripping is raw and ugly. Grief has a sound, and it's usually cloth giving up. They don't run. They don't leave Benjamin behind. They reload the donkeys in frantic silence and turn back toward the city. You wait in your house, pretending to do the work of Egypt while your heart bangs against your ribs. When they arrive, they are dragged into your presence as a group. All 11, dust-covered, clothes torn, faces streaked with sweat. They fall to the ground before you. Again. Judah steps forward first, because Judah has apparently decided he's the one who stands in front of knives now. What shall we say to my lord? He pleads. What shall we speak? How can we clear ourselves? His voice cracks. God has found out the guilt of your servants, he says, and the words are heavy because he doesn't even know how true they are. We are my Lord's servants, Judah finishes, both we and he, also in whose hand the cup has been found. You look at them. 11 men on the floor. One young man caught in a trap he didn't set. It should be simple. This is the moment revenge usually smiles and stretches. You let your face harden. Far be it from me that I should do so, you say, voice cold. Only the man in whose hand the cup was found shall be my servant. You let that sink in. As for you, you add, go up in peace to your father. There it is, the exit, the old familiar path. Leave the favorite behind. Go home with a story. Tell your father it wasn't your fault. Watch him crumble. You hold your breath without meaning to. This is the moment that will answer you. For a heartbeat, nobody moves. Then Judah steps forward again. He doesn't run. He doesn't look relieved. He looks like a man walking toward a furnace because there's something behind him that matters more than his own skin. He bows, but not like before. Not the quick bow of hunger. This is slower, deliberate, like he's choosing it. And when he lifts his head, his eyes are wet. My lord, Judah says, voice rough, please let your servant speak a word in my lord's ears. The room goes still. Even the servants seem to pause, trays hovering, breaths held. Judah takes a shaky breath, and you feel something inside you shift. Something old, something cracked, something that has been waiting a long time to find out whether it can stop bracing for impact. He starts to speak about your father, about the boy, about what it will do to him. And you stand there, hands at your sides, the ruler of Egypt in clean linen, listening to your brother beg, really beg, for the life of another son of Rachel, while the air around you tightens and tightens and tightens, like a cord pulled to its limit. Judah stepped forward, and everything broke open. He still bowed, but not the terrified bow of a man trying not to get executed for grain-related misunderstandings. This bow has weight. This is Judah putting his whole spine into it, like he's bracing for a hit. My lord, he says again, and his voice is scraped raw. Please. You can smell the road on him. Dust baked into sweat, donkey breath, old campfire smoke, and the sour edge of panic that never fully washes out. Judah starts talking, and he doesn't stop. He tells you about your father, the old man back in Canaan, whose grief has become a permanent piece of furniture. He tells you how Benjamin isn't just the youngest. Benjamin is the last thread of Rachel, the last soft thing Jacob has left from the wife he loved like oxygen. Judah's words come out careful at first, like he's trying to hold a bowl of water without spilling. Then the bowl tips. He explains how your father didn't want to send Benjamin, how the famine forced it, how they all promised, swore, practically signed their names in blood on the idea of bringing the boy back. He repeats your own rules back to you, how the man, the powerful Egyptian lord, said they'd never see his face again without the youngest. That man is you, standing there in clean linen, feeling your ribs tighten with every sentence. Judah keeps going. He talks about your father's words, the way Jacob said, "You know my wife bore me 2 sons," the way he said one was torn to pieces, and he has never seen him since. Your stomach drops anyway, even though you already heard it. Torn to pieces. Your brothers have been living inside that lie so long they've furnished it. They've added little details. They've made it sound almost reasonable, like tragedy just happens sometimes, like wild animals politely clean up their own mess. Judah's eyes flick up toward you, then down again. He tells you what will happen if they go home without Benjamin. Not in a vague way either. He paints it like he's describing a body. He says the boy's life is bound up with your father's life. He says, if your father sees the lad is not with them, he'll go down to the grave in sorrow. You can practically see it. Jacob's tent, the sagging poles, the stale wool smell. Your father sitting on a mat that's more dust than reed now. The moment he counts heads. Judah's voice breaks. He doesn't try to hide it. And now we arrive at the part nobody talks about. Judah reminds you that he personally promised to take the blame. He tells you he became surety for the boy. He told Jacob, if I do not bring him back, I will bear the blame forever. Forever is a long time to carry guilt. Judah sounds like he already has the straps cutting into his shoulders. His hands shake as he speaks. The room is silent except for Judah's voice and the faint clink of jewelry on guards who don't know where to look. Then Judah says the words that finally crack you right down the middle. Now, therefore, he pleads, please let your servant remain instead of the boy, as a servant to my Lord. He swallows hard, and let the boy go back with his brothers. Your chest tightens so fast it hurts, because this is it. This is the moment you've been driving them toward, like a cart aimed at a wall. Judah doesn't say, well, that's unfortunate. He doesn't step aside and let Benjamin get swallowed by Egypt. He offers himself. He offers himself like a man placing his neck on a block. And Judah, of all people, was the one who said selling you was better than killing you. Judah was the one who could do math with human lives. Now he's standing there offering his own life to protect another son of Rachel. His voice goes smaller. How can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? He says. I fear to see the evil that would find my father. He's not being dramatic. He's describing a death. The last word falls into the room like a stone into a cistern, and you feel something inside you snap. It's not rage. It's not triumph. It's the sheer, ugly pressure of holding yourself together for 22 years, while your own family stands 10 feet away and doesn't know your face. Your throat burns. Your eyes sting. You try to swallow it down, like you've swallowed everything else down. Every insult, every slap, every night in prison, listening to men cough and spit in the dark. It doesn't go. It rises. It climbs your throat like floodwater. Your mouth opens and you hear your own voice, sharper than you mean it to be. Make everyone go out from me. The interpreter doesn't even get a chance to dress it up. Your Egyptian officials freeze, startled. Servants pause mid-step with trays. Guards glance at each other like, is this the part where we run? You repeat it, louder. Out. And now the room becomes chaos in the quietest way possible. Sandals scuff. Linen swishes. Someone drops their eyes. Someone else backs away too fast and almost clips a table. It's the palace version of everyone fleeing the kitchen when Mum says, I just want to talk. Within moments, the room is empty except for you and your brothers. 11 men. No witnesses. No buffer. No interpreter standing between your voice and their ears. The air feels thicker without everyone else breathing in it. It smells like oiled wood and roasted meat that's gone cold and fierce sweat drying on cloth. Your brothers are still on the floor, torn garments hanging off their shoulders, dust stuck to their foreheads in little muddy patches. Benjamin's face is pale. Judah's hands are still clenched, like he's holding onto the last ledge before a fall. And you try to speak, but what comes out first is a sound you didn't plan. A sob. It rips out of you, loud and wet. like you've been carrying it behind your ribs and it finally kicked down the door. You turn your face away, but it doesn't matter. Once it starts, it's like a dam breaks. You weep, not delicate weeping, not dignified palace sadness. This is full body, snotty, shoulders shaking, years coming out at once weeping. The sound fills the room and bounces off the walls. It's so loud that people outside hear it. Egyptians down the hall pause, wide-eyed, because the second most powerful man in the country is apparently being murdered by his own feelings. Your brothers lift their heads, stunned. They stare like they're watching a statue cry blood. They don't move. They don't know what to do with a powerful man losing control. They only know what powerful men do when they lose control. Usually, it ends with someone bleeding. You wipe at your face with your hand, which smears tears across your cheeks and makes you feel ridiculous, because of course, your hands still know the texture of grain sacks and prison chains. You drag in a breath that doesn't steady you at all. You look directly at them, and you speak in their language. No interpreter, no Egyptian distance, just your voice cracking on the edges. I am Joseph. The words hang there. You expect something, shock, recognition, a rush, a collapse. What you get is pure frozen terror. Their faces drain of color so fast it's almost impressive. Their eyes widen, mouths part slightly. Nobody breathes. It's like you've just told them the dead got up and walked in. Judah's lips move, but no sound comes out. Simeon's jaw tightens as if he's about to deny reality on principle. Benjamin stares at you like you're a story he heard as a child, the kind told around a smoky lamp with a warning attached. You take another shaky breath. Your voice softens without permission. Is my father still alive? You hate how needy it sounds. You hate how the words wobble, but you need to hear it again. You need it to land without an interpreter's mouth reshaping it. Your brothers don't. Answer. They can't. Their minds are racing down a hallway of memories. Your coat, the pit, the caravan, the lie, the years. And every door they open has you standing inside it. You can see it on their faces. The mental math of consequences. Because if you are Joseph, then the man they betrayed didn't just survive. He rose. And now he's in charge of the food. And they are hungry. And they are standing unarmed in his house. Their fear is thick enough to chew. Finally you speak again, because silence is crushing you. Come near to me, you say. It's a gentle command, but they flinch anyway. They shuffle forward, slow, like they expect the floor to drop away. You step toward them too, because you can't stand the distance. Now you can see everything up close. The sunburned lines, the cracked lips, the years carved into their faces. Reuben's hair shot with grey, Judah's eyes red-rimmed, Simeon's nostrils flaring like he's trying not to panic. You can smell them, properly now. They smell like road dust and stress and old wool that's been slept in too many nights. They smell like men who have been rationing food for months. You swallow, and you say it again, quieter. I am your brother Joseph. Your voice drops. Whom you sold into Egypt. That line hits them like a punch. They wince as one body. Judah's shoulders sag. Reuben squeezes his eyes shut like he can erase the moment by refusing to look at it. Benjamin's hand rises to his mouth, trembling. You feel the urge to spit out every detail, to list every night, every humiliation, every moment you wanted to die. But when you open your mouth, what comes out is not vengeance. It's something like mercy, and it surprises you. Do not be distressed, you say, words tumbling, urgent, as if you're trying to catch them before they fall into despair. Do not be angry with yourselves because you sold me here. They stare at you, disbelieving, because this is not how this goes. This is not the part where the powerful man says, "It's fine." You blink hard. Your face is still wet. Your nose is probably red. You feel like a mess in expensive linen. You keep talking. God sent me before you to preserve life. The phrase lands steady, like a stone placed carefully on the ground. You gesture, hands shaking. The famine has been in the land 2 years, you tell them, and there are 5 more years in which there will be neither ploughing nor harvest. You watch them absorb that. 5 more years. That's not a bad season. That's a grinding, endless mouth of hunger. You go on, voice firmer now, like you're grabbing a rope and pulling. God sent me before you to preserve for you a remnant on earth, you say, and to keep alive many survivors. Your brother's eyes shine, not with joy yet, with relief that hurts, with the shock of not being crushed when they expected to be crushed. You exhale hard. So it was not you who sent me here, but God. You finish. Your voice breaks again on the last word, and you hate that you can't keep it together, but it's too late. Together is gone. You step forward. For a heartbeat, they hesitate. And then you do it anyway. You wrap your arms around Benjamin first, because your body chooses for you. Benjamin stiffens like a startled animal. Then he melts. He grabs you back, and suddenly you're holding your little brother. No, your grown brother, with Rachel's eyes, and you're sobbing into his shoulder like you've been waiting 20 years for this exact moment. His robe smells like dust and travel. His hair is coarse under your hand. You feel his breath hitch as he starts crying too, because how could he not? You pull back just enough to look at him, and your face crumples again. You kiss him, because that's what you do when words are too small. Then you turn to the others. Your brothers are crying now, openly, faces wet, chests heaving. Even Simeon looks like he's swallowed a rock and it's dissolving inside him. You move down the line like a man in a dream. You embrace them, one by one. Reuben's shoulders shake when you hold him, and the sound he makes is half sob, half broken apology he can't form. Judah clings to you for a second too long, like he's afraid you'll change your mind if he lets go. His grip is tight, desperate. You feel their bones through their clothes. You feel how thin hunger has made them. You feel the tremor of men who walked into what they thought would be a sentence and found an open door instead. When you finally step back, everyone's face is erect, eyes swollen, noses running, beards damp. It's the least regal moment of your life, and it's the truest. Your brothers start talking at once now, voices stumbling over each other. Questions, apologies, disbelief. You lift a hand, trying to calm the chaos. Hurry, you say, because the world outside this room is still starving. Go up to my father. You wipe your face again, uselessly. Tell him, "Thus says your son Joseph, God has made me Lord of all Egypt." You watch their expressions twitch at the word Lord, because it still sounds impossible. "Come down to me," you tell them. "Do not tarry." You begin pacing, because your body needs to move, or it will collapse. "You shall dwell in the land of Goshen," you continue, words coming fast. "You shall be near me, you and your children and your children's children." You picture it as you speak. Jacob's whole messy household migrating like a small nation, tents, herds, crying children, bleating goats that will absolutely bite an Egyptian official if given the chance. You, your flocks, your herds, and all that you have, you add, because you know your family. They don't travel light. They travel with problems. "I will provide for you there," you say, voice sharpening with urgency. "For there are 5 years of famine yet." You point, as if pointing can make it happen, lest you and your household and all that you have come to poverty. Your brothers nod, dazed. They're still catching up to the part where you're alive. You lean in, looking from face to face. Your eyes see it, you say, quieter, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see it. You gesture at your mouth. It is my mouth that speaks to you. No interpreter, no distance, just you. You can see something soften in them at that. The final proof sliding into place. You inhale. Tell my father of all my honor in Egypt, you say, the words feeling strange on your tongue, because honor still feels like borrowed clothing. And of all that you have seen, your voice drops. Hurry and bring my father down here. The thought of seeing Jacob again hits you so hard you have to blink fast. Your father's hands, rough and veined. Your father's voice calling your name across a camp. Your father's face when he finds out you are not no more. The room is still vibrating from crying. Outside, you hear movement in the hall. Someone shifting, someone whispering, the palace waking back up to the fact that something huge just happened behind closed doors. You straighten your robe because you're still Egypt's administrator, whether you feel like it or not. You step toward the doorway and call out. Servants appear cautiously, eyes wide, trying not to stare at your face, which is very clearly the face of a man who just did an emotional landslide. Word spreads fast in a palace. By the time you exit the room, people already know something. They don't know what, but they can smell it, like rain in the air. Pharaoh hears. Of course Pharaoh hears. Pharaoh hears when someone sneezes in the wrong tone. Soon enough, you're standing in a larger chamber, your brothers behind you like a stunned flock, while palace officials hover at a respectful distance. Pharaoh's reaction is almost cheerful. He tells you to bring your family. He orders wagons sent to Canaan. Wagons. Actual Egyptian wagons with wooden wheels, the kind that make Canaan look like it's still figuring out how to invent not carrying everything on your back. Your brothers stare at the idea like it's sorcery. Pharaoh's messengers prepare supplies, food for the journey, gifts, extra garments. You watch servants bring out clothing, folded neatly, dyed fabric that doesn't smell like sheep. You gesture to your brothers. Take these, you tell them. They accept with awkward hands, like men who aren't used to receiving anything that isn't a consequence. You make sure Benjamin's gift is bigger because you can't help it. More silver, more clothing. Your brothers glance at it, but no one snarls. No one's eyes go sharp with envy. They just look tired and amazed. You step closer, lowering your voice so it's only for them. Do not quarrel on the way, you say. It comes out half warning, half pleading, because you know them. You know the old habits. You know how guilt turns into blame the minute the road gets long and the water runs low. They nod quickly, as if they've just been told not to set themselves on fire. And then it's time. Servants bring the loaded sacks. The wagons wait. The palace courtyard fills with the sound of animals shifting and wood creaking and men calling to each other. Your brothers stand at the edge of it, blinking like they've stepped from a nightmare into bright daylight. Judah approaches you one more time. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. He looks at you like you might vanish if he blinks. My brother, he says, and the words are rough, unused. You nod, throat tight. There isn't a clean way to stitch 20 years back together in one conversation. So you do the only thing you can do. You hold on to him for a moment, firm and real. Then you let him go. One by one, your brothers climb onto wagons or take the reins of animals. Donkeys snort, wheels groan. Dust rises in the courtyard, catching sunlight. Benjamin looks back at you from the wagon, eyes still red. You lift a hand. He lifts his. It feels too small to carry what it carries. They begin to move out through the gates. 11 brothers, now carrying grain, clothing, silver, and a message that will hit your father like thunder. You stand there in the courtyard, watching them shrink into the distance. For a moment, you're 12 again. For a moment, you're 17 in a pit. For a moment, you're a prisoner staring at a ceiling that never changes. Now you're here, in Egypt, with your family finally turning back toward you instead of away. The wagons roll on, toward Canaan, toward an old man who thinks his son is dead. And you stay standing until the dust settles, until the last creak of wood fades, until the palace noise returns in cautious little pieces. Your cheeks dry, stiff with salt. Your chest still aches, but beneath it, deeper down, something unclenches. Something that has been holding its breath for years finally lets air move again. So after all of that, the pit, the prison, the palace, the tears, what are you supposed to do with it now? Because you don't drag yourself through donkey sweat, moldy bread, and 2 full years of being forgotten just to shrug and say, anyway, then everyone cried and got wagons. You tell a story like this because you want it to stick to someone's ribs, because you want it to sit there, heavy, like Joseph's ridiculous coat, long after the campfire dies. Start where it started. A family that is technically functioning, in the same way a cart with one wheel on fire is technically still moving. You've got favoritism out in the open, simmering jealousy, and a teenager with the social awareness of a hammer. Joseph's dreams aren't just spiritual experiences. They're gasoline poured straight onto an already burning family dynamic. And the first thing you feel, early and painfully, the people closest to you can be the ones who hurt you worst. Not strangers on a road. Not enemies in armor. Your own brothers. Your own table. Your own home, where you should be safe. The old storytellers didn't tidy that up, because life doesn't tidy that up. Then comes the pit, and it's not a symbolic pit with tasteful lighting. It's a wet stone throat in the ground that smells like old rainwater, animal rot, and betrayal. You learn something there that plenty of people only learn after years. You can do everything right and still get dropped. That's one of the big aches of this whole journey. Joseph didn't get tossed into that cistern for being evil. He got tossed in because he was loved, and because everyone around him couldn't stand it. That's brutal, and the story refuses to pretend it isn't. But then the caravan comes, and you get pulled out, only to be sold like a sack of grain, which is its own special kind of insult. You don't even get the dignity of being a tragic corpse. You become inventory. So you land in Egypt, and the pain changes shape, because Egypt isn't just a new setting. It's sensory overload and culture shock and being powerless in a place that doesn't speak your language. And Joseph does the only thing he can do. He works. He shows up. He stays steady. He becomes trustworthy in a household where he's still property. That part matters because it's so unglamorous. There's no epic music for making sure the pantry list is right. There's no applause for being faithful in small, humiliating routines. But that's where Joseph's life starts getting built into something sturdier than a spoiled favorite son. And then, because apparently one pit wasn't enough, Potiphar's wife grabs him, lies about him, and Joseph ends up in prison anyway. That's the moment where a lot of people would snap. Not just get sad, get mean, get hollow. You can almost feel how easy it would be to let your heart turn into a locked room. Instead, the prison years become their own strange workshop. It's dark, it's cramped, It stinks, and Joseph learns patience the hard way. Not the cute kind where you wait 10 minutes for bread to rise, but the kind where you wait 2 years for someone to remember your name. The cupbearer forgets him, and that's so painfully human, it almost makes you laugh. Except it's not funny when you're the one in chains. That stretch of silence teaches the lesson nobody wants. Being right doesn't always mean being rescued quickly. Sometimes you do the wise thing, the brave thing, the faithful thing, and then you sit in the consequences of other people's indifference. Then the palace whiplash hits. One day Joseph is a prisoner with stale straw in his hair, and the next he's standing in front of Pharaoh, trying to keep his voice steady. And the promotion isn't presented like a victory lap. It's responsibility, it's pressure. It's suddenly having the power to save or destroy, with the whole country watching. That's another reason this story lasts. It isn't only about suffering. It's about what happens when the person who suffered finally gets power. Because then the brothers return, and the entire thing could have turned into revenge with a single finger twitch. Joseph has resources, authority, guards, and the legal right to make them disappear. And he doesn't. Not even when he scares them. Not even when he tests them. Not even when he has every excuse in the world to make them pay. He pushes them, yes. He corners them until the truth comes out of their mouths. But he's aiming for something specific. Not punishment, but change. Not groveling, but a different Judah than the one who once did human life math and called it good business. And Judah becomes the hinge. The brother who once offered Joseph up now offers himself. That's the moment the story exhales, because it tells you people can become different than their worst decision. Not instantly, not magically, but truly, over time, under pressure, when love finally costs them something. Then comes the reveal, Joseph weeping like a dam breaking. And that's the emotional center of the whole account. The wounded man doesn't pretend he wasn't wounded. He names what happened. Whom you sold. He doesn't make their sin small, but he also refuses to make it the final word. That's the long arc this story is trying to lay in your hands. Not that suffering is good. The pit is still a pit. The prison still reeks. Not that evil didn't happen. It did. A family still chose violence and then lived inside a lie for decades. But the tale keeps insisting that God can work through the mess without pretending the mess was fine. That terrible choices can be real, and yet not get the last line. That time can do more than rot. Sometimes time also shapes. And Joseph's mercy isn't cheap. It's not forgetfulness. It's strength. It's restraint. It's a man who could crush his brothers choosing instead to feed them. That's why you keep hearing this story even now, because people keep finding themselves in some version of it. A betrayal they didn't earn. A delay they can't control. A season where doing the right thing doesn't fix anything yet. And then, sometimes, a moment arrives where the power shifts. You get a say. You get leverage. You get the chance to become the very thing that hurt you. Or you get the chance to become something else. Joseph becomes something else. Not a soft man. Not an oblivious man. A man who can hold grief and authority in the same hands and still choose to keep people alive. A man who looks back at a life that made no sense while he was living it and can finally see it as a road, twisting, unfair, and still leading somewhere. The wagons are already rolling toward Canaan. The brothers are already carrying news that will raise an old man from the dust of mourning. And it settles in, quiet and solid. The pit wasn't the end of your story. It was the beginning of the path that brought bread to a starving world. Years passed. Jacob died, and the brothers got scared again. It's amazing how fast old guilt can wake up, even after years of full bellies. One day you're managing harvest schedules and family seating plans. The next, the old man is gone, and the room feels too big. Not quiet like peaceful, quiet like everyone is waiting for something to fall. Jacob's last days are slow and heavy. The tents feel crowded, the air too warm, the bedding too thin. There's always the smell of oil rubbed into tired skin, and that sour edge of breath when someone's fading. Voices drop low without anyone agreeing to it, like the whole household is trying not to startle death. When it happens, it's not dramatic. It's a long exhale and then no inhale after. The kind of stillness that makes your ears ring. You watch the brothers blink like they've forgotten what they're supposed to do with their hands. And because this is Egypt, the goodbye comes with logistics. Not just tears, procedures. Jacob gets treated like a man of importance. Because Joseph is important, and that means time, spices, cloth, and the sharp, clean stink of preservation. It's respectful, but it's also unsettling, because nothing about death feels natural when it comes with a checklist. The mourning stretches out day after day. People wail until their throats sound scraped raw, like they swallowed sand. Clothes get torn, dust gets thrown. Food sits untouched until it goes stale. Grief has a way of making even bread taste like paper. And then you're on the road. Not a tidy little family stroll, an entire procession. Chariots creak, hooves thud, servants shout, and the air tastes like kicked up dirt and sweat. You pass fields, canals, villages that stare at you like you've brought a moving storm. Canaan hits you with that dry, familiar roughness. The wind smells like sunburned grass and sheep pens. The land is the same, and it isn't the same, because your life is not the same. Jacob is laid to rest where the family buries its dead, and everyone stands there with red eyes and tired bodies, pretending this fixes anything. Back in Egypt, the tents come down. The servants go back to work. The grain accounts still need balancing. And that's when the brothers start looking at Joseph like he's a loaded weapon that's been politely set on the table. You see it in the way they hover at the edges of rooms, in the way they clear their throats before speaking, as if they can cough up the past, in the way they don't quite meet his eyes because they remember a boy in a pit and they remember silver changing hands. They come to him with a message, carefully worded, like a man stepping around a sleeping snake. Father wanted you to forgive us. Of course he did. Perfect timing, because Father is not here to correct them. You stand there and feel the old ache flare up. Not rage, exactly. Something tired, because you can tell they still don't fully get it. They think mercy was a performance for Jacob's sake, a temporary ceasefire, a polite family holiday truce. Your face changes, and it's not into anger, it's into grief. The kind that comes when you realize people you love are still living in the same cramped prison cell, even with the door open. He weeps again. Not palace tears, dabbed away discreetly. Real tears that make your nose sting and your throat tighten, because this is still the same family, still bleeding in slow motion. The brothers drop down in front of him like they're bracing for impact. Adult men, fathers, crumpled on the floor like scared kids, offering themselves up, calling themselves servants, trying to pay for a debt that can't be repaid with labor. You speak, and your voice is steady. He doesn't deny what they did. He doesn't pretend the pit was a misunderstanding, but he refuses to become the kind of man who keeps a ledger of pain and calls it justice. He tells them not to be afraid, not because fear isn't reasonable, but because he's choosing a different ending. He tells them he'll take care of them, of their children, their households, their future. You watch shoulders loosen by a fraction, like knots untying slowly after years. Life goes on in the land of Egypt, and that's its own strange sentence. You build houses and make meals and watch children grow tall. There are jokes, there are weddings, there are arguments over stupid things like whose goat ate whose lentils. There's laughter that still feels a little guilty, because you remember the pit, and you remember the prison, and you remember how easily life can snap. You grow old. His hair thins. His hands change. The man who once ran through corridors in borrowed clean clothes now walks slower, with that careful pace of someone whose bones have done a lot of living. He sees grandchildren, great-grandchildren, little hands grabbing at his sleeves, little voices asking for stories, little feet tracking dust across floors that servants just swept. And in quiet moments, when the lamps are low, you can tell he's listening for something beyond Egypt's noise. Eventually, Joseph gathers his people close, not with trumpets, not with spectacle, just a room, warm air, the smell of oil and wool and thyme. He makes a request that lands like a stone in a pond. When the day comes, when God brings you out of this place, don't leave me here. Carry my bones with you. It's such a specific thing to ask. Not build me a monument, not name a city after me. Just don't let my remains be swallowed by Egypt's sand and forgetfulness. So when you die, they prepare you too. More spices, more cloth. And then the final odd detail. A coffin in Egypt, not buried back home, not carried out with a parade. A box, sealed up, waiting. Years turn into decades. Decades stack into centuries. Dynasties come and go like weather. And the Hebrews multiply. And Egypt's attitude changes. And the work gets harder. And the brick mud gets into every crack of your skin. Somewhere in all that, through sweat and shouting and the sting of straw dust, there's still a coffin. Wood aged dark. Linen long dried. A quiet promise sitting in a corner of history, refusing to rot away. 400 years is a long time to wait for anything. Long enough for names to blur, for stories to get told with different voices, for hope to feel like an old song you can't stop humming. And then, on a night when people are packing fast and breathing sharp, someone remembers. Moses remembers. Hands find the coffin, or what's left of it, and they lift what matters. Joseph goes out the way he came in, carried by others, not as a slave this time, as a piece of the family's future, moving with them toward a land they've only held in their mouths and memories. The desert wind takes the sound of sandals and murmured prayers. The load shifts on shoulders, and the bones keep their silent appointment with home, generation after generation, mile after mile, until promise becomes ground beneath your feet again. And somewhere, long after palaces and prisons crumble into dust, the story continues,